may not have the best hair for once.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are at the Murtha, Johnstown-Cambria County Airport here in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, where President Trump will be delivering remarks here at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. My name is Alex Caldwell, and here with me is
Liz Willis.
And our very special guest today, Mr.
Scott Pressler.
We are very, very happy to have him here with us today. Now, we are in Pennsylvania. It is a big swing state, 20 electoral votes, likely whoever wins Pennsylvania, the winner of the election. Now, today, Governor Tom Wolf said that we can't have rallies and events outside need to be 250 people or less, unless it is a peaceful protest, because Governor Wolf marched with Black Lives Matter supporters, so we must be allowed to do that if it's a peaceful protest. So today we're going to be referring to this event as a peaceful protest. Do you think that's all right, Scott?
Absolutely. This is a peaceful protest, and I love that President Trump and the campaign actually hand out that campaign material at these rallies.
It is fantastic. It is very exciting. And actually, last night, President Trump had a peaceful protest yesterday in Florida, and we actually beat all of the mainstream media in online streaming, despite not being listed in the YouTube search results. So congratulations to everybody who was at that one yesterday. We had over 130,000 views. And Scott, what was your wish today? What were you telling me?
Oh, I want to break that record. And I know a lot of people are watching from Twitter, lots of my Facebook, Instagram, Parler fans. So guys, tune in to Right Side Broadcasting and help me achieve my goal of breaking the RSBN record.
That's fantastic. What a fantastic goal.
You were the original record holder.
Well,
and then Liz beats you, and then I'm swooping in. I'm swooping.
Year, so it's fine.
You guys are hurting.
Your accomplishment.
You're hurting my ego very badly right now. So I'm going to pass it off to you right now.
Okay.
Talk a little bit to us about what you expect to see at this rally and what you hope that President Trump will talk about a little bit. So
thank you,
Wrestler.
Well, thank you, Right Side Broadcasting. First, I want to tell everybody a little bit about me and my story, how I got started. You know, I want to give honor to President Obama, because President Obama was the one who got me started on this adventure. I created my Twitter account the day that he was re-elected in 2012. But I wasn't mad at President Obama. I was actually mad at myself. I pointed the finger back at me and I said, where were you knocking on doors and registering voters and making phone calls and soliciting contributions? So I told myself, you need to get involved and start volunteering. In 2013, I started volunteering for the Republican Party of Virginia. And quite frankly, I fell in love with it. And I fell in love with people like you. And I decided in 2014 that was going to be the year that I get my first political job. So I applied all across the country to states like Texas and Maine. And these were candidates that I thought were more Tea Party, more conservative, you know, not rhinos like John Kasich in Ohio. And within 3 days of applying to Texas, I got a call back. And this was to work to elect Governor Greg Abbott, which is why you always see me in my Texas cowboy boots, proudly repping my adopted state of Texas. So I moved down there in 2014, packed up my entire life into my car, and that was my first ever political job. Then I knew how important it was to take back the White House, and I wanted to do everything within my power to defeat Hillary Clinton and make sure that she never got power back and resumed office in the White House. So I moved back to Virginia, spent 2 years of my life working to defeat Hillary Clinton, and now you see I'm on this mission. I am here for one reason, and that is to re-elect President Donald Trump on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Now I have to give a shout out to President Trump as well, because President Trump, very much like President Obama, inspired me, but in a different way. You see, President Trump talked about the city of Baltimore, and we'll say kind of ungraceful terms. You know, he could have tweeted out something a little bit better about the city. But I noticed very similarly that nobody was taking action. Nobody was doing anything to solve the problem of trash in Baltimore. And I tweeted out to my followers and said, okay, I'm going to Baltimore, even if it's me standing on a street corner picking up trash. And I didn't realize what I had done because then all of these people wanted to help. And I was like, uh-oh, because I studied criminal justice in school. I did not study waste management and sanitation. So within 6 days, we organized a cleanup in Baltimore, one of the most dangerous and dirtiest cities in the country, and a place where people are often shot in West Baltimore. And we picked up 12 tons of trash in 12 hours in one day. One day. And it was monumental. And actually, it was really interesting because Baltimore, the Baltimore Sun, criticized me for picking up trash. They criticized me for coming into their town to offer love, to offer a hand up, to offer help. And they questioned my motives. And I went home to my ma after the trash cleanup. And I said, Ma, I'm really good at picking up trash. And I decided that I wanted to take this nationwide and that we don't have to wait for the federal government to do things for us. We need private citizens. We need communities to come together as a team and to do the work ourselves. And that's what we've done. You know, you guys say to me all the time, you say, Scott, one person can't make a difference. One vote doesn't matter. And I'm here to tell you that one person can help change the world. And in 1 year's time, we've organized cleanups in Austin, Atlanta, Baltimore, Chicago, Denver, Duquesne, Houston, Kenosha, Los Angeles, Miami, Milwaukee, Portland, Pittsburgh, Philly, and I was even protested for picking up trash in San Francisco, California. Eat your heart out, Nancy Pelosi. But I want people to understand that this movement is what you make it. And I believe that we are making this movement a movement based on love. And the best way that you show love is through your actions, not words. And so while the Democrats give us platitudes, and while the Democrats pander, you have presidents like Donald Trump, who when they make a promise, they keep it. And like myself, when I say I'm going into a city to clean it up, well, we get the job done. So my story, I started off as a dog walker, and I was invited a year ago into the White House. President Trump invited me for the social media summit, and guys, it was the coolest gosh darn moment of my entire life. And ladies, to you at home that are watching, I even flat ironed my hair. So you know I was meaning business. I was about to see our man. And so I'm walking into the East Room. By the way, Hillary Clinton is still hanging up in a photo portrait in the White House to this day. I think that President Trump is kind of like trolling her secretly to this day. But I'm walking in and all of our heroes are there. Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle. I'm sitting behind Dan Bongino. I know. I could breathe on him, but that was pre-COVID. You know, pre-COVID, I can't do that anymore. And so David Harris Jr. is asking our president a question on the right side of the room, and I was on the left. And something in the back of my head, it told me, Scott, he's gonna turn his head to the left. So I kind of had my arm like this. I was a race car driver, ready to go. President Trump started to turn his head, but first his hair moved a little bit, and I shot up my arm like a dang lightning bolt. President Trump, guys, pointed at me. The most powerful man in the entire world was locking eyes with me for 2.3 seconds. So remember how my story started off inspired by President Obama, and I was a dog walker. Well, I like to think of my life as I started off in the doghouse and I ended up in the White House. Now I'm traveling the country, I'm picking up trash in America's most dangerous and dirtiest cities, and I'm also registering new voters. Now you guys may wonder, why is a Virginian going outside the Commonwealth of Virginia into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? I'm here for a very specific reason, because I've done the math, and the math tells you that we win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is re-elected President of the United States. And I mean this as respectfully as possible, but looking at the math, we could lose Minnesota, Virginia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and as long as we win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is re-elected and continues on as 45th President of the United States. And that's why I'm here. As you can see, look behind me. We are still hours out from this rally in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and a county that has flipped Republican in voter registration. And we are already filling in. We are already filled up. Look at the crowd. And we've got young, old. The majority seems to be women here today. Women for Trump are a big part of President Trump's coalition, and especially here in Pennsylvania. Now, I want to talk about voter registration for a second, because the single most important thing that we can do to re-elect President Trump is to register to vote at your current address. Now, the reason why I say current is because if you moved from Florida to Pennsylvania and I ask you, are you registered to vote? Well, you may say, yes, I'm registered to vote, but in Florida. I have to say, are you registered to vote at your current address? And then if you are also military, have you changed your name? Are you a college student? Because think about this. If you live in California, but you're going to school in Pennsylvania, you can register to vote here in Pennsylvania, and you can use your student ID to vote. You don't need a driver's license. You can use your student ID, and your vote in Pennsylvania is more powerful. You will have more of an impact in Pennsylvania than California. Now, guys, the cutoff for voter registration is October 19th. That means that we have until October 19th to register new voters. Now, what do? Well, number one, you can go to votespa.com. Again, that's votes, P as in Paul, A as in Apple.com, and register to vote online. But that's only that if you have a driver's license for Pennsylvania. If you do not have a driver's license, then what I need you to do is type in Pennsylvania voter registration application. You need to print it out, fill it out, sign it, date it, and you're going to mail it in. Mail it in to your county. So if you're in Allegheny County, you mail it there. If you're in Philly, if you're in Cambria, make sure it goes to your respective county. That's very important. And it has to be postmarked by October 19th to count for this election. We want to make sure that every voter is empowered, not disenfranchised. Now, there are also other important voter registration opportunities, because today is the cutoff for Maryland, New Jersey, Oregon, Virginia, and West Virginia. So if you have yet to update your current address, I want you to please go online and register to vote. The same thing applies. If you do not have a driver's license, then you need to print out the form and mail in the form. It must be postmarked today, so don't just put it in the mail. I want you to drive to your nearest post office and make sure that it's postmarked. That's very important to make sure that your vote counts in this election. Now, if you live in Arizona, the voter registration has actually been extended until the 23rd of October. Arizonans extended until October 23rd. Now, the Democrats have extended it, but this is actually a very good thing for us. So if you guys are at home and you're wondering, Scott, what's going to happen? How are we doing in this election? Is Donald Trump going to win? Well, I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be a close election. It is going to be razor thin, and it's going to come down to every single vote. Now, to make you feel a little bit better, we are doing exceptionally well with the Republican Party in Arizona, North Carolina, Florida, and Pennsylvania. Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. And what we've done is in 4 years' time, we've actually cut down the Democrat voter registration advantage, and we've cut it down. For example, in Florida, it's actually below 200,000 now. And to give you an idea, I believe in 2008, fact check me, it was over 600,000 that the Democrats had an advantage in voter registration. So the reason why, for the last 2 years, I've traveled to 22 states, teaching voter registration, going from coast to coast. And let me tell you, in the month of September, I went to Georgia, Nebraska, California, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, and Maryland. I went to 9 states in September. I'm giving it my all because I believe in President Trump, and I will do everything legally within my power to make sure that he is re-elected. And that's why I taught those voter registration trainings, because voter registration wins elections, plain and simple. So if you are at home wondering what you can do to help, you can register to vote, and you can encourage your friends, your neighbors, everybody that you know to register to vote at their current address. Then you can make a plan to vote. It's not good enough to just register. You see, President Obama, he was a great community organizer. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that, quite frankly, he was good at community organizing. And so when you register somebody, you need to follow up with them, and you need to mobilize them and push them to the polls. So, do they have a ride to the polls? Do they need to request an absentee ballot? Do they have an ID or a utility bill? Do they know where their polling location is? Do they know when the polls open and close? These are all very important questions that you have to ask the voter that you just registered in order to ensure that they actually become an empowered voter and go to the polls on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and help to re-elect President Trump and our entire Republican ticket from top to bottom. Now, here in Pennsylvania, I want to talk for a second about a rock star in Allegheny County, which is the surrounding Pittsburgh area. His name is Sean Parnell. Now, this is an opportunity for us to flip the seat from blue to red. Currently, it is held by Democrat opponent. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to give him any airtime, but this is one of the 18 seats that President Trump needs to flip the House from blue to red. Because just like it's not good enough to register a voter, we have to mobilize them, it's not good enough to just re-elect President Trump. We need a Republican majority in the Senate, and we need a Republican majority in the House. That means that magic number of 18. So listen up across the country. I want to go over some seats that we can flip strategically from blue to red. Sean Parnell, PA 17. In the Atlanta suburbs, we want Karen Handel. That's Georgia's 6th district. And California, you guys say to me all the time, guys, they overlook us. Guys, that California is just too far blue. And I want everyone at home to hear me loud and clear. There is hope for California, and we have the numbers. If we got everybody registered to vote that is a conservative or a Republican or a libertarian, we could flip the state of California red. But it takes mobilizing and activism and organizing like President Obama did. So let's talk about Southern California. There are several seats that we can flip from blue to red. You have Greg Ratz we need to support, Brian Marriott for Congress, Young Kim for Congress. You also have in Modesto, Dr. Ted House. I actually went up to California. I made several trips. We did a cleanup in Turlock, California, and we cleaned up an abandoned homeless camp. You see, one thing that I want to talk about for a second that is Democrat hypocrisy is look at Los Angeles, look at Baltimore, look at Houston, look at Kenosha, which was just burned to the ground. While Democrats are destroying cities, and while Democrats talk about being green and being environmentally conscious and wanting to protect the planet, then why don't Democrats, if they truly care about the environment, why don't you start, and I mean this very respectfully, clean up Baltimore, clean up Los Angeles, clean up the tent cities. And where is Greta? Greta, if you are an environmental activist, then why, instead of telling people what to do, are you not helping us pick up trash? You come into our country and you tell us how dare you, and you tell us how we should live our lives, but you never stick around long enough to actually help clean up our cities. So anybody at home that is actually green conscious and green friendly, then when I continue my cleanups in 2021 and beyond, then I ask you at home to join me, and I will be announcing the cities that I will be going to next. So in addition to Dr. Ted House in Modesto, California, there's a great candidate for blue to red. His name is Buzz Patterson. Buzz Patterson in Sacramento, California. This is a seat that we can win. This is a seat that is flippable, and this is a seat that can help President Trump accomplish his mission of making America great again. Now let's also go to some other seats that we can win. In Florida, you have Anna Paulina. This is a seat that we can flip from blue to red that's currently held by Charlie Crist, who is himself a flip-flopper that has gone from Republican to Democrat. I don't know what he thinks he is anymore. But we need to support Anna Paulina running for Congress. New Hampshire, I believe New Hampshire, based on the numbers, based on the voter registration, based on the activism, we can see New Hampshire flip from blue to red. Watching and live in New Hampshire and are saying, Scott, I want to get involved. I want to help in New Hampshire. I've got a great guy. His name is Dylan. I will connect you with him as an organizer. All I need is your first name, last name, email address, telephone, and zip code. And I promise, and just like our president, promises made, promises kept, when I say something, I do it. I will get you connected. Also, if you live in Kenosha, if you live in Milwaukee, if you live in Florida, in Tampa, I've got a great organizer in Tampa that I can get you connected with as well. This is our opportunity, guys. This is our chance to leave a legacy, a historic legacy for our children, because I'm not just thinking 4 months or 4 years ahead, I am thinking 40 years ahead. And that's why I voted in 2016 for President Donald Trump, and that's why I voted early and in person in Virginia to re-elect President Trump, because we are on the verge of getting a third Supreme Court seat filled. Imagine that in 4 years, President Trump is about to get a third Supreme Court justice. And guys, I'm all about it. We're about to tilt forever for the next 40 years a conservative majority in the Supreme Court. We're about to get a historic 6-3, well, depending on how Roberts votes, but we'll at least have a strong conservative 5-4 majority. And that is President Donald Trump's legacy. And his legacy is in the courts, because people don't understand how important these judges are. These judges are lifetime appointments. So you're not just voting for Congress. You're not just voting for the president. You are voting for lifetime appointments to federal court and to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. And we saw how President Obama's appointments, one judge could overturn things like President Trump wanting to give us safety and security, making sure that people coming into our country don't want to harm us. So those judges and judgeships are so critically important to our success and making America great again. Now, guys, let's take it back for a second. Let's go over some historical data. Let's go over some voter registration. So based on the math, you guys always ask, why Pennsylvania? Why are you so keen on winning Pennsylvania for Donald Trump? Well, I believe we're looking really good in Florida. And the reason why I think we're looking so good in Florida is because of voter registration. We flipped county after county from blue to red, and that's since 2016, meaning that these voters are proud of President Donald Trump's successes. They are proud of President Trump's accomplishments that he's done in 4 years, and they want to give him another 4. So Florida, I believe we're looking very strong. North Carolina, I think we're looking strong. And Arizona, I'll be real with you. For some time, I have been watching the polls, and I got myself, even me, into thinking that we weren't doing well in Arizona because I was watching the fake news polls. Well, I'm here to tell you that our voter registration in Maricopa, Arizona, which is the most populous county, we are doing phenomenally well with Republican voter registration. So everybody at home, I need you to support Murtha McSally running for the United States Senate. She is our ticket to keeping our Republican majority. And as you know, as the Senate goes, is how Donald Trump's next 4 years are going to go. Are we going to get more Supreme Court justices? Are we going to get more judgeships? I want to thank Right Side Broadcasting for having me today. This is such a special opportunity for me spending this month of October here in Pennsylvania, and I couldn't be more proud to be here with Liz. I couldn't be more proud to be here with Alex. And look, guys, behind us, let's take a moment to look at that crowd. They are almost, I would say, this is about 80 to 90% capacity. People are still coming in. You can feel that excitement, that energy in the air. Liz, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. I was about to say, I want to pan the crowds. So we're going to continue to do that for a few moments. You are incredible. You have so many facts. I hate to ever disrupt you, but we're going to let him finish. Don't worry, you guys. For literally every single state, Scott is an encyclopedia of political information. It's incredible. But thank you guys for tuning in. I just wanted to give a quick reintroduction for those who have joined the chat in the past few moments to let you know what you can expect from us today. It's going to be a fun day. It's actually an insanely busy week. We had Florida last night. We reached an all-time record in our viewership. That was in Sanford, Florida, really close to Orlando. President Trump had thousands of people in the overflow waiting to see him. That was his first official campaign rally since being diagnosed with COVID-19. Today we are live in Pennsylvania, and President Trump is scheduled in just under 2 hours. So President Trump is scheduled to speak here at 7 p.m. It's currently 5:08 p.m. You are actually watching this completely live. So everything you're seeing right now is happening in real time. That's what we like to do. We don't edit or anything. This is what's going on here. Tomorrow, President Trump will be live in Des Moines, Iowa. I'm sure I mispronounced that, but that is tomorrow night. Then Thursday will be Greenville, North Carolina, followed by 2 rallies on Friday, one in Ocala, Florida in the early afternoon, and one in Macon, Georgia at 7 p.m. I am from Georgia, so I'm so excited. This is my second time, and President Trump's second time campaigning in Georgia since taking office in 2016. His first one was during midterms. He was helping campaign for Governor Brian Kemp, governor-elect at the time. So super excited to get back to my home state and finally see President Trump amongst all the Georgians who support him. Right Side Broadcasting Network is almost entirely viewer funded, so we rely on your donations to help us stay in business and to get from rally to rally, state to state, and to have this incredible talent pool that we're able to pull from. Alex, who is a college student and Scott Pressler, who is just the Scott Pressler. Absolutely incredible. We're so blessed to be able to have them join our team today. I feel a few years ago we never really thought we'd get this big and we'd be able to be here doing this. So thank you to everyone who has continued to support us throughout the years. There's a number of ways you can donate. The first one being the YouTube Super Chat. YouTube is one of our largest platforms. Although we struggle with them sometimes, it really is a blessing. It allows us to do what we do, which is gain hundreds of millions of views to show the world how big these rallies are, how big these crowd sizes are, and to pan the crowds, because mainstream media does not do a very good job of that. So if you're signed into your YouTube account, you can click the live chat, which is the YouTube Super Chat way of donating. It's the $ in the bottom right-hand corner of the YouTube Super Chat. Absolutely any amount helps. And later on in tonight's rally, we'll be jumping into the YouTube Super Chat. We'll be reading those donations, answering questions, interacting with the viewers. So a lot of times, if you see us on our phones, we're not trying to be rude. This is a live broadcast. We have no teleprompter. We're just trying to interact with you guys, answer questions you might have about what's going on here, how many people we're guesstimating are here. And y'all's guess is as good as ours. But we really want to make it feel like immersive environment so that you guys can get as close to possibly being here as possible. The second way you can donate to us, and it's very helpful because it only takes about 10% of the proceeds as opposed to YouTube's 30% that they take, but you can donate via our website. That's www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Our website is a huge source of income for us. It really helps out, and your donations via the website are so important to keep us going. We actually read those shout outs too. We get direct emails sent to us, so later on, when we're done kind of hitting you with all these facts at the beginning about what's going on, why Pennsylvania is so important, we're going to start getting in and communicating a little bit more and just chatting a little bit more with you guys. More of an intimate setting. The third way is by sending a check. So this is the non-electronic way that you can send a payment, and you can send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Moderators, thank you guys for being here and keeping this chat room fun, clean, and family friendly. That is a task, quite a task when it comes to the internet and those trolls out there, so we do really appreciate it. If you don't mind just dropping some of those websites and addresses in the chat room and make sure it is up to date. You guys are welcome to cross. No problem. I also want to say thank you to our partner today. So we have a wonderful partner. You guys have heard of us before. In fact, people come up to me now and they're like, you're RSBN, you're the guys with the coins. I'm not even mad at it. I love Disney Coins. I love the owner that we get to work with, the support they've given to us, and the encouragement over the years. This campaign has been insane. I can't even imagine working on the campaign, the highs and lows they've had, the cards they've been dealt, especially with coronavirus happening, President Trump getting hospitalized, having to take off weeks from campaigning. There's just been so many curveballs, weeks without rallies. But through it all, so many of y'all have continued to support us, and that has allowed us to fight through those times and to still be here today going strong and ready to just race to the finish line on November 3rd. Disney Coins is one of those people. They have supported us endlessly, and they were always waiting to help us out. So check them out as well. Please, Patriots. I feel like it's just so important we all help each other out. They are a precious metals company specializing in copper and silver. These coins are minted in the United States by machines that are made in the USA by Americans. It doesn't get more patriotic than that. And each of these coins have designs that feature different moments of President Trump's administration. There's the Build the Wall coin, the Melania Trump coin, Conan the Hero Dog coin. You name it, it's there. There's Liberal Tears, the MAGA hat. There's so many. Here at RSBN, we're collecting all of them, and we hope you'll do the same. If you do order some, and if you have them, always tag us on Instagram, and we'd be happy to repost that photo to show all of our viewers just how beautiful these are. They come in 1 ounce, 2 ounce coins, as well as 4 ounce silver bars and keychains. There's so many different things that Disney Coins offers, so check them out. That's www.disneycoins.com. And make sure to use code RSBN at checkout for a percentage off your order. Also, something that's notable is that this company gives 10% of all profits back to conservative organizations. So it aligns really well with a lot of our beliefs and a lot of our viewers' beliefs, but they also work so hard to not just support us, but so many different conservative organizations. So that's www.dismecoins.com, DISME. While you're shopping on their website, make sure you click the giveaways tab in the left-hand side of the screen. They were doing monthly giveaways, but this is it. They are doing a massive giveaway. So starting now until the election, they are going to be taking entries every single day, 24/7. So use all your email addresses, get your family and friends. All you need is your email address. You'll be entered to win. And I'm telling you, there is no other man who likes to give his products away more than Disney Coins. He loves these giveaways. It's not a gimmick. You will win so many coins. There's a lot more rules on the website. We'll talk more about it as we go on through the day. But in the meantime, just wanted to get you guys a little bit more adjusted with the donations, our partner for the day, what you can expect. And I'm going to be handing the microphone off to Alex in just a minute to talk to you a little bit more about Pennsylvania. We'll be changing up our speakers throughout the day. A little bit of, I guess, an ABC pattern is what you can expect. So we're just going to go in that order and kind of hit you guys with a lot of different stuff while we wait for President Trump to take the stage. Again, that's 7 p.m. This is one continuous stream. You don't have to go anywhere. Make sure you're following us on Instagram and Twitter at RSB Network. We do appreciate every single follow. We're always trying to get more followers because that's the thing nowadays. And make sure to give this stream a thumbs up, a like, and comment to help us beat those algorithms that are constantly trying to censor conservative voices. So my spiel is over for now. I will see you guys soon. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, the redhead, Alex.
Thank you very much, Liz. And yes, I do go by the redhead sometimes, but I'm here with two very good speakers today, Liz Willis and Scott Pressler, both very articulate, both very intelligent, and I am just so thankful to be with them here today in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania, a big swing state this time around, 20 electoral votes. Nobody thought President Trump could win it in 2016. They said it was unwinnable, and then he went on to do the impossible. He won the state, 20 electoral votes, by a little under 1%, and this time he's fighting hard to get this state again. Likely the winner of Pennsylvania is the winner of the election. Now, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden likes to say that he's from Pennsylvania. Good old Joe, he's from Scranton. Lunch Bucket Joe, he loves fracking. Oh, he loves fracking, as does his running mate. Although his record doesn't hold up to that end because Biden has said time and time again that he's against fracking. In fact, he would cut it out. He doesn't like it. His running mate said the exact same thing, said she didn't want fracking, said she'd get rid of it. And now all of a sudden that the general election comes around and they realize they need to win Pennsylvania, they became the biggest fracking fans in the world. You would think they worked in the fracking industry for as nicely as they talk about fracking, but I think a lot of people can see right through that and see that that's just a load of malarkey, as Joe Biden would say. But President Trump has been a very good fracking president, bringing back countless jobs into Pennsylvania and into manufacturing. The Rust Belt has flourished like it never did before in states such as Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, states that he needs to win and that he was bringing all of these jobs back to. And Barack Obama said you'd need a magic wand to bring back those jobs, and bibbidi bobbidi boo, they've returned, because we've seen a big increase in fracking and manufacturing in this state particularly. But President Trump doing a fantastic job with fracking, and Joe Biden claiming he likes it, but he really doesn't like it all that much. Now, one of the big issues we have coming up in our country is the Supreme Court. So a few weeks ago, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, and Trump has nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett, an appeals judge from the 7th Circuit, to replace the late Justice Ginsburg. Now, Democrats have gone on to say that they should not vote on a new justice until after the election, until the next president has been decided by the people. In fact, Ginsburg, though, said herself that the president is elected for 4 years, not 3 years. And President Trump is in 3 years so far. So according to Ginsburg's logic herself, he should be allowed to choose the next justice. Now, of course, this does contradict her dying wish, but this is her words. Numerous Democrats in the Senate have said that they will pack the Supreme Court with liberals if Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed by President Trump. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, threatened to impeach President Trump for nominating Barrett. So when Nancy Pelosi was on George Stephanopoulos on ABC, Stephanopoulos asked her, he said, "What would you do about Trump nominating a justice? Is impeachment one of the methods you are considering?" And Nancy Pelosi said, and quote, to the question, Nancy Pelosi said, to the question, "What are you going to do about impeaching the president?" She said, and quote, "Good morning, Sunday morning, he." So I think we know where she stands on that. Well, actually, I don't think anybody knows where she stands on that because she's not making much sense right there. But is packing the court in question? You bet it is. Is removing the president, trying to remove him from office again for no reason, a question that the Democrats want to do? Yes, it is. But Biden himself is refusing to answer the question on court packing, saying that voters don't deserve to know his decision on court packing until after the election. Harris also refuses to answer the question on court packing when asked repeatedly by Mike Pence at the vice president, because that's their go-to plan. If they say something that they don't know how to rebut, they just call you a racist. And by the way, if Trump wants to get the Democrats to stop advocating for court packing, he should just threaten to nominate 10 conservative judges to the Supreme Court, and you'll see Democrats change their position on that issue real fast. But Biden, Pelosi, and Schumer, all of these people in power, they have been in power for over 110 years. So it's 2020. 110 years ago was 1910. So the airplane had been around for 7 years. The Titanic had not sank yet. And the U.S. had 46 states. So that's 110 years ago. A completely different country than it is today. And these people who have been in power for a total of 110 years added together think that now they can change the country for the better. Now they can finally get something done for the good of the people and not for the good of themselves. But under 3 years, President Trump has done more in those 3 years than they have done in all of their years in power. President Trump has overseen the lowest unemployment since World War II prior to the coronavirus, and he'll do it again. It's fallen from 15% in March to just under 8% today, this month. We've had a record high stock market, and the 401ks that you've had, they've all increased, a lot of them. And it took a global pandemic that shut down the entire economy to go back to Barack Obama's best day in office in the economy. Now, Joe Biden always likes to paint the president as a racist. Kamala Harris does the same exact thing to him. But what has Trump done for Black America? He's had the lowest unemployment rate in U.S. history for Black Americans. He passed the First Step Act, which frees African Americans from prison for minor crimes that imprisoned them under the 1994 crime bill that Bill Clinton made and was drafted in the Senate by none other than Joe Biden. President Trump has made a plan that designates $500 billion into African American communities called the $5 billion Black America Plan. It designates the Ku Klux Klan and Antifa as terrorist organizations, makes lynching a hate crime, gives $500 billion to Black communities. So if President Trump is a racist, he's really bad at being a racist, because that plan right there just undoes that entire argument. On healthcare, they say he hasn't done anything for healthcare. He's lowered the price of pharmaceuticals. You can get insulin much less expensive now than you could normally. He's repealed the individual mandate, which under Obamacare required people to buy insurance that they didn't want to buy, and if you didn't buy it, you had to pay for the privilege of not having to pay for insurance under the individual mandate. That is now gone. And remember, Joe Biden wants to go back to Obamacare. In fact, he wants to expand upon it. So you're going to end up paying higher premiums that you ended up paying under that. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Where did we hear that lie before? Yes, you won't get to keep your doctor, especially this time around. And Harris herself even said that she just wants to eliminate private health care. Let's just get rid of all of that, she says. So if you really like your doctor is gone, and you're choosing to buy government health insurance, and you're put on a waiting list to basically get a Band-Aid. President Trump also passed Right to Try, which allows patients to take experimental treatments for illnesses that they were previously not allowed to take. On foreign policy, he's been nominated for 4 Nobel Peace Prizes, I believe 3 or 4, and he is working on bringing peace to the Middle East. That's why, in fact, he got nominated. He's eliminated ISIS. He's cut the head off of it. You've seen their leadership disappear. Where under Barack Obama, we had ISIS attacks on the daily. We do not have that anymore in the Middle East. It looks like.
Good evening. Before I have a word of prayer, I'd just like to read 2 Bible verses to you. Proverbs 14:34, that righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. And Romans chapter 5, verse number 8, but God commended his love towards us, in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Let us unite our hearts together in a word of prayer, praying for our President, Donald Trump, praying for our other elected officials who have gathered here this evening, and upon the United States of America. Let's look to the Lord in a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, as we gather here as American citizens, we're thankful for our country, which is the land of the free and the home of the brave. We thank you for our freedoms, our religious freedoms, which we enjoy. We pray that our great country will always be a beacon of light, hope, liberty, and freedom for the whole world. As we are 21 days away from the most important presidential election and general election in our lifetime, we pray for your wisdom, guidance, and your will. We pray for our servicemen and women who are, as our country has been battling COVID-19 virus, we pray for those who are recovering and those who have lost loved ones. We pray for our fellow citizens who are gathered here tonight, praying for each other, praying for anyone who might be going through a difficult time, whether physical, spiritual, or financial. And God, we pray for our President Donald Trump and our First Lady Melania. We're thankful for them and their family. We're thankful for the President's recovery from COVID-19. Thank you for his unwavering support of life and the sanctity of human life, and that he is not afraid to take a stand for what is right. Give him the strength that he needs these next 21 days leading up to the election. And we pray for your blessings tonight, and we pray these in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
And now, please welcome retired United States Army Captain and Johnstown Police Detective, Julie Wagner.
Thank you. I appreciate the support from my fellow veterans, as well as my brothers and sisters in law enforcement. As you're standing, please join me in the pledge to the flag of our great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please remain standing and welcome Johnstown native and graduate of St. Francis University, Sidney Petro.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. John Joyce.
Good evening. It's great to be back in Johnstown and welcome President Donald J. Trump back to Pennsylvania. Now, everyone here tonight knows that this is indeed Trump country. My message tonight will have a resounding theme. We need President Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. So why President Trump? Why do we need President Donald J. Trump? The list is clear to me. President Trump is the most pro-life president we have ever seen. How many people have been in Washington with me on the March for Life? Stand up. Let me acknowledge you. Thank you. And who was the first president to address the March for Life? President Trump. Amen to it. Absolutely. President Trump understands how important a pro-life agenda is. President Trump recognizes the support that is needed for our Second Amendment rights. Many of you here tonight have carry permits like I do. And who is supporting your ability to have that carry permit? President Donald J. Trump. I am honored to represent Johnstown in Washington in the United States Congress. I recognize how hard President Trump has worked to bring jobs back to America. He recognizes that the Chinese Communist government can no longer have control over American jobs. President Trump wants to bring jobs to Bedford, not to Beijing. President Trump wants to see jobs in Somerset, not in Shanghai. President Trump wants jobs in Wimber, not in Wuhan. The upcoming election, there's a clear choice. And I can tell that everyone here tonight understands that choice. We have a choice between freedoms, the wonderful freedoms that we have in America, or socialism. The vote is clear. A vote for President Trump affirms the commitment to our freedoms. President Donald J. Trump will continue to work for us in Washington. Let me repeat this in Johnstown. We are the steel curtain behind President Donald J. Trump. I'm John Joyce. I'm proud to represent you in Washington. I'm proud to welcome President Donald J. Trump. And I encourage you, vote, cast that vote. Re-elect President Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. Thank each and every one of you. God bless you, and God bless America.
And now, please put your hands together for Congressman Gt Thompson.
All right. Hello, Pennsylvania. Hey, welcome to the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District. We're real proud to have you here. Got a question for you. Are you ready to save the Republic? Because that's what this election's all about. You know, I envision a time, I've got 2 precious little grandsons. Their birthdays are this month and last month. envision a time 20 years from now when they come up to me and they say, "Hey, Pat, where were you 20 years ago in 2020 when we lost the Republic, when we lost our individual freedoms and liberties as a result of this election?" That's not a day I'm going to ever allow to happen. I hope you'll join me each and every day. Put on your armor and work every day, every moment, these last 21 days to re-elect President Donald Trump. Now, I've got two goals during this election, and one is to re-elect our president for 4 more years, and the second is to fire Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, you bet. I think I struck a nerve. All right. You bet. Taking back the majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. I love it. I love it. You know what? That's the enthusiasm that drives turnout, and turnout wins elections. You know, the Democratic agenda is just plain dangerous. It's that simple. You know, they're looking to defund our police and our borders. They're looking to dismantle our institution. That includes the Supreme Court and our Constitution. And they're looking to destroy the greatest economy that this country has ever had. And so with your help, with President Trump's leadership, our Republican commitment to America is to restore our way of life, to rebuild our greatest economy, and to renew the American dream. You know, the liberal socialist Democrats of both Washington and Harrisburg have used the pandemic to control us with a culture of fear. That is not the American way. The American way is to approach our challenges that we might have, including pandemics, with a culture of caution and courage. That's the American way. Got a question for you. Show of hands. You can use both hands if you feel strongly enough. How many of you to believe that Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf needs more adult supervision? That looks pretty unanimous, ×2. I love it. Well, you have the ability to do that on the election day here in Pennsylvania. You know, for whatever reason, we elect our state attorney general, auditor general, and state treasurer. I'm not sure why we do that, but let's say that changes tomorrow, and we would decide to put a national search and find the 3 best individuals most qualified nationwide. You know what names would be at the top of the list? The 3 Republicans that are running for those positions to be checks and balances on Tom Wolf. And it's Stacey Garrity for treasurer, Heather Heidelbaugh for attorney general, and Tim DeFore for auditor general. Absolutely the most qualified individuals ever, and the adult supervision that, quite frankly, Governor Wolf needs. You know, to win election, it takes great candidates. That's the most essential part of it, and Republican Party has those this year. As Dean of the Pennsylvania Republican delegation, I'm proud to report, for the first time in a very long time, we're fielding outstanding qualified Republicans in all 18 congressional districts in the Keystone State. If you don't know your Republican congressional candidate, I encourage you to check them out, because you will be very impressed, and they're doing a great job. These candidates are working towards victory from Phillipsburg to Portage to Pittsburgh. So Now, I want to say a word as the only member of Congress in the House and the Senate, the only one out of 535 to be a former licensed nursing home administrator, a person who dedicated my life working with older adults. Older adults in this country have no greater champion for to meet their needs than President Donald Trump. The Biden lie machine is trying to tell you different, but it's just not true. President Trump is a champion. He is there to protect your Medicare. He is there to protect your Social Security. And with his leadership, he's working to protect you from this coronavirus. And so there's all kinds of reasons that this country needs a great leader like President Trump. And I just ask that you look and see what you can do every moment of every day for the next 21 days. Let's re-elect this man. Let's win it in 2020. God bless you, and God save the Republic.
Is this the
All right, we just heard from several speakers, including Congressman John Joyce and Gt Thompson. Gt Thompson both speaking about President Trump and endorsing President Trump, saying that we need to re-elect him. So wonderful speeches from the both of them. Before I go any further, I would just like to thank our partner for today, Disney Coins. They are the epitome of made in America because, you know, they're made by machines, by Americans, by people who love America, and they're made of genuine silver and copper. Now, they're valuable and they're a unique and worthwhile purchase, which always means the perfect present. So they come in 20 different patriotic designs and new designs coming each month. And we at RSBN will be collecting these coins and can collect these along with us in every month leading up to the election. And they also make great gifts for any MAGA fan in your life. Now, Disney is giving a 10% profit back to conservative causes and organizations, so they are benefits, then they're meaningful to us. So the viewer can go to www.disneycoins.com. That is www.disneycoins.com to check out the inventory and start collecting your very own Trump coins today, and use code RSBN at checkout for your discount. And don't forget, they're giving a huge giveaway, as President Trump would say, this coming November, and it is really easy to go there. Go to their website, www.disneycoins.com. That is www.disneycoins.com. And please go visit their November giveaway. And just click the tab on the left side of the screen and then enter your code and get your Disney coins from them. It'd also be imprudent of me to not mention our donations coming in today. We have several donations. Remember, guys, if you would like to donate to us, please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. And if you can't get through, please try again later. You can also donate through the live chat as well, but keep in mind that YouTube takes 30% of all of our profits that are donations donated through the live chats. You can also mail in your donations at 1550 Opelika Road, which is Opelika, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. And we're going to have a lot of these rallies coming up soon, guys. If you would like to continue to see these rallies, you know, where we show you guys the crowd, which no camera out here is panning at the moment. I'm standing here, nobody is there, nobody is panning any camera, and I know they won't. And we've got a lot of these rallies coming up, and it's about $5,000 to $7,000 for us to travel to these rallies. It is a difficult thing for us to do, but we keep trying to do that to show you guys what's actually happening. And we're going to have a lot of these rallies coming up, possibly 3 a day, later on 5 rallies a day, every day when the election is occurring. So please go donate to us. That is rsbnetwork.com/donates. I'm going to read off several of the donations now that we've been getting in all day. So thank you right now to Roy Malone, who says, next to Fox News, you are the only media I trust. Bless you. The truth is out there. Go get them. Thank you very much for your donation, sir. William Rhodes says, Trump 2020 MAGA. Nathan Strange says, love your channel. I have watched you since you've started. Thank you for showing America their love for President Trump. Byron says, Mr. President, you fought for us and now we are going to fight for you. Trump 2020. Eric Steck says, Trump represents and protects Americans, the unborn, and senior citizens. God bless. Joe D'Amico says, great job. Thanks, foot panning the crowd. Please allow YMCA music to play as the president exits before commentating. Well, you know, as much as we would like to do that, we are actually not able to. I love a lot of the music that plays here as much as you guys do, and I would love to listen to the music as the president plays when he's leaving. But the thing is that as soon as YouTube's algorithm hears that music, they will say that our video has violated their copyright terms and they will make us take it down. So we have to continually talk through this whole thing. We have to talk over the music, any dead air space, and YouTube's algorithm will go after us. You know how big tech likes to treat us conservatives in the media. So it is a darn shame what they do to us, but we do unfortunately have to speak over the songs. As much as I would love to listen to them and let you guys listen to them, we don't really have a choice in that regard. So I hope you guys can understand that and appreciate that we still have to talk over that. Ward says, no message required. You guys are doing amazing things, and we all appreciate you so much for your broadcast. God bless you. Christine Erickson says, thank you for all you do in getting the real message out. Rebecca Patlin says, we appreciate you scanning the crowd. Melanie Schwartz says, thank you for what you do. You are all awesome. Keep it up. From Bonnie Milner, she says, thank you, Right Side Broadcasting, for giving us an option to choose real-time news coverage at the Trump rallies rather than fake news viewpoints. And Patty Standorf says, stand strong, Trump for president. Craig Lancaster says, thank you, Father God, for bringing righteousness back to our country. And we have many more donations coming in, guys. Please send in your donations. Please send in your donations to our website, and I will try to read off as many as I can. We do get a lot of them, so if I don't get to read off all of yours tonight, I do apologize, but I do appreciate you all donating to us because it keeps our company alive, frankly. We couldn't continue to go to these rallies and show you guys what we show if you guys didn't donate to us, so I appreciate it, and thank you all for all that you do for us. You guys are in our prayers, and God bless you. I'm going to pass the microphone off now to our guest host, Mr. Scott Bressler, who I think he's doing an amazing job. This is his first time doing a rally with us, and if you all could just give him a round of applause from behind your computers right now, I'm sure he would really appreciate it. So, Scott?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alex. And I want to give a special shout out because I know that my mom and dad are watching Right Side Broadcasting right now, so Mom and Dad, thank you for all the support. My dad always picks me up from the airport for every single event that I do, so thank you, Dad. And I also wanted to say thank you to each of you. You have changed my life in ways that I can't even come to comprehend, and I just wanted to say thank you very much. Every single one of you that follows me, has retweeted me, has liked any of my tweets, thank you for giving me the platform that I have today. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about some early voting that's happening because I actually voted early voting and in person in Virginia. So if you're a Virginian, yes, you can vote early and do it also in person. And Texas early voting actually opened up today as well. So if you're a Texan, here's the cool thing about early voting. You can vote at any early voting center, no matter where you live, no matter what county that you're in, no matter what city that you're in. Texas actually makes it much easier to vote early in person. So let's get those votes locked in. Let's make sure that we are prepared to get out the vote on Election Day on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. And you don't have to spend hours in line when you could be knocking on doors and making phone calls and driving people to the polls and getting out the vote. So don't spend your time on Election Day stuck waiting in line. Vote early and in person. Now let's talk some data for a second. First, I'm going to give you some weary news, and then I'm going to give you some good news. So in Florida, you can actually track absentee voting by mail. They have a website that I'm going to post on my Twitter that actually shows you turnout for Democrats, Republicans, and NPAs, which stands for no party affiliation. Now, the news that I have to give to you is Republicans have only turned in, last I checked, about 450,000 absentee mail-in votes. The Democrats, on the other hand, have turned in over 900,000 absentee mail-in votes. So the Democrats in Florida are beating Republicans 2-1 in early voting. Now, is that a cause to concern? I don't believe so, because I know that our people do like to vote in person. However, just remember, the Democrats are very fired up. The Democrats are energized, and we need Florida. Florida is a part of our coalition to re-elect President Donald Trump. So again, right now, Democrats beating us 2-1 in absentee voting, early voting in Florida. Now, early voting, I believe, in person in Florida does open up on October 24th. So same thing goes for you. Virginia, Texas, Florida, when it opens up, vote in person early, lock in your vote. And what I'll do is when in-person voting starts in Florida, I'll start posting on my Twitter every single day, and I'll give you the updates. So that way, if you don't go to the website, you can go to my Twitter, which, by the way, is at Scott Presler. SCOTTPRES1SLER. And that way you can become abreast on what our numbers are like, if there's a deficit, how we are doing. It's so critically important that you get your votes locked in. Now, that was the kind of bad news. Let's go into good news for a second. I do a lot of listening and I do a lot of reading on Twitter. Now, in Wisconsin, which is a state that we won historically in 2016, that the Democrats need to win, we're doing really well in mailing in our absentee ballots in Wisconsin. And it's called the WOW counties. The WOW counties are critical to Donald Trump's coalition, especially in Waukesha. So if you are in Waukesha, Wisconsin, I want you to vote early, mail in that absentee ballot, because according to what I've seen, our numbers are so strong, so high, that if we keep up this record turnout, they said it will be mathematically impossible for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to win in Wisconsin. So get those votes out, Waukesha. And if you're in Kenosha, Wisconsin, I want you to really remember that this historically Democratic area, Donald Trump is going to fight for you. Donald Trump wants law and order. Donald Trump wants peace and prosperity. And while the Democrats are burning down your cities like they did in Kenosha, and I talked to the business owners, one of the business owners was a black beauty salon. How does it help the black community to burn down a black beauty salon, a community center that's meant to help the black community, that's meant to be there for black women? I just don't understand. And how does it help the Asian community and Hispanic community when these entrepreneurs, these business owners, had their community centers burned to rubble? So if you're in Kenosha, I'm asking you to take a chance. Take a chance on Donald Trump, because we are cleaning up our cities. We are rebuilding our cities while the Democrats tear them down. Let's also go to Texas for a second. There's an important seat, an important man, Ronnie Jackson, running for Congress. We all need to support Ronnie Jackson, who is supposed to be President Trump's healthcare professional, but the Democrats character assassinated him and tried to take him down. We need to support Ronnie Jackson. And in Dallas, I've met her personally. Her name is Genevieve Collins, running for Congress. I believe it's Texas' 32nd Congressional District. This is a district that we can flip from blue to red, giving President Trump a Congress that he can work with, and flipping that House, taking away the gavel from Nancy Pelosi. So please, if you're in Dallas, support Genevieve Collins running for Congress. And in Houston, I used to live in League City. You didn't know that. I used to live in League City, right below Clear Lake, at the border of Galveston and Houston. There's a wonderful man. His name is Wesley Hunt, running for Texas Congress. I need you to support Wesley Hunt. He is a military veteran, and he is another opportunity to flip the seat from blue to red, giving President Trump that house he can work with. So Texas, you have several seats you can flip. California, as I told you, Southern California, San Diego, Orange County, and of course we had Mike Garcia in that district that we flipped from blue to red, defeating Christy Smith in California's 25th district. We need to support Mike Garcia to keep that seat red this November. Now, Nebraska is a very red state, very Republican. However, you have Nebraska's 2nd district, which is very purple. And this is a seat that the Democrats want to flip blue. So we all need to support Congressman Don Bacon for Congress. I actually was sitting on a plane and I happened to sit right next to Congressman Don Bacon. He was sitting in the back just like the rest of us. He's one of us. He wasn't sitting first class. He was flying coach. And I think that deserves our respect and admiration, that he doesn't think he's better than the American people. He's sitting right next to his constituents. So please support Congressman Don Bacon. And also, if you live in Omaha, if you live in Lincoln, Nebraska, I know organizers that I can connect you with. So I need your name, first and last, telephone, email, zip code. I will get you connected so you can make a difference in these next 21 days. Now, if you're at home and you're asking yourself, what can I do? I'm tired of sitting on the couch. I'm tired of just complaining and whining. I want to do something. Well, again, especially in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I need your help registering new voters. You have until October 19th. That is the cutoff, the deadline. So if you are not registered by October 19th in Pennsylvania, you will not be able to vote in the election. I also need your help knocking on doors. Now, I want to give you some top secret information. So the Joe Biden campaign, up until this point, had not been knocking on a single door. They had only been doing digital. They had only been doing mail. The Joe Biden campaign is scared, which is now in the final days of the campaign, they're door knocking. So when Joe Biden was criticizing Republicans for knocking on doors safely while we wear our masks and while we get out the vote by social distancing, they have now begun door knocking because they see we're registering voters so incredibly importantly by big numbers in Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Florida and Arizona that Joe Biden's campaign is scared, and that's why they're finally doing in-person voter contact. So going into these next 21 days, we have the momentum on our side. We have the numbers on our side. We have the voters on our side. And I'm asking you to vote in person early. Lock in your vote. Knock on doors. Make phone calls. Sign up with DonaldJTrump.com and become a volunteer. I wanted to thank again Right Side Broadcasting for having me. This has been an honor, especially here in Pennsylvania, one of the most important critical guest host, my co-host Liz and Alex, and thank you RSBN, and thank you everyone at home. Again, you have changed my life, and I am honored to be sharing this journey with you as we go into re-electing President Donald Trump, our 45th president, on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. I'm going to pass this back to one of my co-hosts. Thank you so much for having me today at this chilly day here in Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Scott. Wonderful job, as always. I tell him he's a natural. But yeah, we're here. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit more about what's going on. And I'm actually going to step out of the frame for just a moment because more than my face is this group of people. So it is a really great, beautiful pretty much capacity, if not over capacity right now. It looks like standing room only. All the seats are taken. We're still an hour shy of President Trump taking the stage, and it's going to be a great night. It's turned out to be a really beautiful day here in Pennsylvania. President Trump has campaigned pretty hard. Alex, do you know how many times Trump has been to Pennsylvania to campaign?
Oh, at least 5 or 6.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd say like,
Within the past month.
yeah, I mean, I'd say we're around 10 easily. It's okay. Excuse us. So it's currently 58 degrees here. We're in Johnston, Pennsylvania. A really beautiful day. And we just want to really show you guys just how many people are here. We want to continue to pan these crowds and show you guys the kind of enthusiasm President Trump draws. Before I move on to that, I do want to say thank you to our partners over at Disney Coins. Disney Coins is an incredible company. They specialize in precious metal, including coppers and silver, and of course coins. So this copper and silver coins are minted in the United States by Americans on machines that are made in the United States. It does not get any more American than this. They even give 10% of all their profits back to conservative organizations. So if you're someone like me that just is enamored by what's going on, I mean, we're watching history in the making. These rallies will probably never happen again under any administration. So make sure that you have a way to memorialize this and to hold on to this. These coins are incredible because their designs feature different highlights of President Trump's administration. There's the Melania coin, the red MAGA hat, the liberal tears, the Southern Wall, Conan the hero dog that killed the terrorists overseas. There are so many designs. I think one of the new ones is even back the blue. These come in 1 ounce coins, 2 ounce coins, 4 ounce silver bars, even copper keychains. So all very affordable, different ranges depending on how much you want to spend. There's something for everyone's budget, and I mean everyone. I love the copper keychains. I think it's a great talking point. It's very subtle, so it's not like a red MAGA hat, although there's nothing wrong with those, you guys. But I do live in Atlanta, so I do have to be careful, but I love my keychain. I use it all the time, and it's a little copper keychain that says Trump Pence 2020. There's tons of those all over the website. Check them out. Find something you like on there. That's www.disneycoins.com. Every month, there's 2 new designs. So there's over 20 designs. They're doing a massive giveaway that's going on from now until November 4th. So in honor of the election, they're doing their biggest giveaway ever, and they want thousands of people to be able to get these coins. The more people that enroll in the giveaway, the more winners there will be. So if you like free stuff, you don't even have to pay shipping. I mean, this is like truly a giveaway. The owner knows that these products are so incredible that once you have them, you're going to want more. I mean, they really sell themselves. So why not try and get free stuff? Go to www.disneycoins.com. That's DISME coins.com. And make sure not only that you shop for these great products, but that you enter the giveaway. It's completely free. You'll just need an email and your name. And I say use all your email addresses. Get all your friends and family, because the more people that enter, the more winners there are going to be. It's increasing your odds of winning, increasing the odds of these coins getting out there and being amongst the people. In order to enter the giveaway, just go to their website and click on the giveaways tab on the left-hand side of the screen. Again, that's the giveaways tab on the left-hand side of the screen. You'll click enter giveaway, and it's pretty simple. We're going to be monitoring that, and of course the winners will be announced right after the November 3rd presidential election. So make sure that you have now until then to make sure all your friends are entered to win. We're going to talk about it at a lot more of the rallies. Disney has been an incredible partner. If you do find something you like, thank you. If you do find something you like, make sure to use code RSBN. That's code RSBN at checkout for a percentage off your order. So lots of really exciting things with Disney coins, and hopefully you find something that suits you. You'll have to let us know if you do. Make sure you post a photo. Repost those to our accounts. Bear with us, you guys. I'm trying to fix the lighting so I look tanner. It's not. I never do the Florida rallies. I always do the Pennsylvania rallies. That could be my issue. But speaking of that, there's a lot of rallies coming up. It costs between $5,000 to $7,000 to send our entire crew, get all the travel, turn the equipment on, have the equipment that we need. Right now, I think we have 4 sets of equipment, so it's not just one, but we had to do 4 because we think that President Trump will eventually get up to 5 rallies a day, and we don't think any of them are less important than another one. We want to get to every single rally physically possible that we can get to. So we've got 4 different sets of these equipment things. Each cameraman gets one, and they get some correspondence. Will is lucky; he got me and Alex today. So War Eagle Willie. And we're excited. Again, $5,000 to $7,000 for each of these rallies. We're excited. So yesterday was Sanford, Florida, really close to Orlando. Today is Johnston, Pennsylvania. Tomorrow is Des Moines, Iowa. Thursday is Greenville, North Carolina. And there are 2 Friday back-to-back. The first one is going to be in Ocala, Florida in the afternoon, I believe, probably around 1. And then the second rally that day will be in Macon, Georgia at 7 p.m., my home state. I am so excited. This is my second rally ever in my home state. So my mom will be there, my twin brother will be there, and I'm just really excited to be able to share what I love with them. So thank you guys for allowing us to get to all these incredible places. Your donations, I mean, they're 100%, I'd say 90%. We do have partners, but we are almost entirely viewer funded. So you guys have made this possible. I know a lot of you love this network. We love you guys. It's really an honor. I'm super excited, especially when I get to go home. It's not often that President Trump goes to Georgia, so thank you guys for letting that happen. There's a number of ways you can donate. I know Alex has been reading those website donations. I want to jump in the YouTube super chat and kind of just talk to you guys for a little bit. So I'm going to be looking down, up and down, but don't think I'm ignoring y'all. I'm actually just reading the chat. So if you have questions, make sure you tag me. My name is Liz Willis. That's LizWillis. And I'm happy to answer those. Looks like we do have some donations in the chat room already. So while I'm waiting for y'all to ask me some questions, I'll be reading those donations. We have $5 from GrantMan2234. We have a new member, Brian Plume. So thank you. Daryl Hall donated. We have Rudy Campbell, who joined us as well. Edith Warfel. Lucy Ford donated, and $20 from Janet Hahn. So thank you guys for donating. She said, I wish I could join you all in Pennsylvania. Support from San Francisco Bay Area. Vote red to save America. Vote red to save Cali. You guys, I just went to California for a quick trip, and I mean like literally 12 hours. But I had the most ridiculous, like, I guess I'm not from there, so I don't really understand just how insane a lot of these laws are. But bear with me on this one. So in order to order an alcoholic beverage by the pool, like a beer or something, for example, in my case, the mojito, but you had to order a meal because somehow that would prevent you from getting COVID. So due to COVID, you couldn't just pay for a $14 drink. You had to pay for a $14 drink plus a $10 hot dog. That way you wouldn't get COVID. That was the Californian solution to me staying healthy, spending another $10. I don't understand. It was ridiculous. So you can't, I guess it's because the bars are closed, so they have to technically sell food in order to stay open, but like you really don't have to sell a $10 hot dog to stay open. That was ridiculous. So yeah, not a fan of California at the current moment. They are highway robbery. Hi, Elise A. She said, fun family day on Friday. Yes, it's going to be fun. It's going to be busy, but I'm excited. Absolutely love Georgia through and through. Susan Errol said, God bless POTUS. Jason Boyd said, use your head, vote Trump. Will Do said, be safe and healthy, our beloved president. And Jason Nikeza, I hope I pronounced it right, said, share on social media. Great reminder. It is so important to share on social media. We are donation based. Your donations obviously literally mean the world to us. They keep us in business. They put the clothes on my back. They feed me. So thank you guys for your donations. But for those of you who are unable to donate or have already donated and want to support us even more, sharing us on social media is really one of the greatest things we could ask for. Our entire platform is social media based. So if you want to share our stream, you can copy and paste the YouTube link, paste it on Twitter, paste it on your Facebook page, send it to your friends, text it to them, text them and say, hey, have you heard of this network? It really is word of mouth, and it's incredible to see us growing. As the enthusiasm grows for President Trump, the enthusiasm to see him grows, and a lot of people are coming to our page to watch it, but we want to make sure that it's not just Trump supporters, but that it's everyone. I mean, we still have some undecided voters out there, and if they could see this silent majority, I think they'd feel a lot more comfortable understanding what's going on. And to see President Trump speak in the entirety of it, the love he has to be amongst these people, not just the 5-second snippets where they misconstrue the information he's trying to say and the media spins it into something that it's not. I mean, this is real, you guys. This is live footage, and this can change the direction of the election if needed. We have a lot of faith that it helped in 2016, and in 2016 there were over 300 million views alone. That's when we were one camera and one man. We have grown this business to the best of our ability. It's time for 2020. We're going to win this thing, and we're going to win it with your help. So make sure you donate. Make sure you share this stream. Send it to your friends. If you're listening to Scott earlier, make sure it's not too late to register voters in the state of Pennsylvania. I think for this state, you have until the 19th. If you're from Georgia, early voting opened on Monday. So get out there in person. Get your vote counted. Don't even risk it. It's not worth it. This is a democracy where we truly are so lucky to live in the United States of America, to have these freedoms, to be able to appoint who we want, to vote for who we want in the highest office in our land. And I just don't want you guys to abuse that power by not doing your civic liberty. Get out and vote. If I could recommend anyone, I'd say vote for Donald Trump. But at this point, I just want you to get out and vote. America is an incredible place. We want you to make an informed decision when you do go and vote. So hopefully you'll enjoy watching these streams, and that'll help you to make that decision. Again, not too late. If you're not involved in politics, stay tuned with us. We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram. We want to help you make these decisions. We want to be there for you, a source of information. Looks like we have a lot more happening in the chat right now. So thank you guys. Looks like we have a $2 donation from Aristides Gutierrez, so thank you so much. $5 from Sherry Lewis, who said, yeah, Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Eric Dixon said, tell President Trump Nat and Eric want his tie collection. I do too, but I have a feeling those silk ties are not cheap. So 30,000 people watching live right now. Again, there's 30,000 watching live right now. Let me know what you guys think. We got the record last night. I believe it was around 120,000 congruent viewers on YouTube. Of course, it goes into the millions later on when more people watch. But for concurrent viewership, 120,000 is our current record. But we've got Scott Presler here today. He has over 700,000 followers on Twitter alone. I really want to beat that record. This is President Trump's second rally since being diagnosed and cured from coronavirus. And we're another day closer to the election, so I think we can do it. Make sure you guys help us out. Share this. I want everyone watching. I want to beat... I'm sorry, I got corrected. It was actually 130,000 people watching last night. So 130K is our current best viewership. Help us beat it. I do not like being in second place. I'm used to winning, so help me make that possible. I'm going to turn it back over to Alex here for you guys. We are just trying to share as much screen time as possible leading up to President Trump. So in the meantime, I will be on my phone getting back to messages. If you have questions, if you'd like to reach me, again, my name's Liz Willis. It's LIZWILLIS. I'm on Instagram and Twitter. My Instagram is Liz Willis, my name, and my Twitter handle is Liz Willis with an underscore at the end. So make sure you follow me. I really want to get 15,000 on Twitter. I don't know why. I don't know why any of y'all follow me, but there's some funny stuff on there and some good, intelligent content every now and then. So thanks for tuning in. Alex?
Well, thank you very much, Liz. And yes, everybody, let's help Liz get to 15,000. Remember, her Twitter handle is Liz Willis _, I believe. And you can also follow me at Real A Caldwell, and you can follow our other guest host today at Scott Presler, Presler. And you can follow our company at RSB Network. We'll post to you guys updates. We'll tell you guys what's going on, when a rally has been announced, and Sometimes the president will retweet us, which is always such a warm feeling when the president of the United States retweets something that your company posted. That is such a fantastic feeling. But it is, the energy in here is starting to get really high right now. We've got a lot of people coming in. It is about full. We've got a sea of red hats behind me, and it's quite the crowd right now. And, you know, considering we're in a small population-sized town in the middle of the day on a Tuesday, during a pandemic where most people probably can't afford to take off work in the middle of the week, we have a massive crowd right now behind me right now, and the energy is amazing. I mean, we've got people on my right sides over in the corner, we've got people on my left sides over in the corner, but so many people come into these rallies. And remember, guys, we are one of the only, I think we are the only company that actually shows you guys the crowd sizes. Other companies, Trump will call them out. He'll say, turn the cameras, and they don't. We're the only ones that do, and he actually retweeted us when we did that. But none of the other companies bother to do that. You've got CNN in front of us. They don't do it. You know, they don't bother to show anything before. They don't do interviews with anybody. They simply show the president. They let him talk for about 30 seconds, and then they shut the camera off when they're done. I mean, that's what we have. That's what we're up against right now. We've got companies that just don't want to tell you guys the truth, but we're always going to do that. We're going to show you exactly what happens. And, you know, whether or not you disagree with our politics, I mean, it's undeniable the stuff that we have on here. Now, again, I'm going to give you guys another, I'm going to talk to you guys again about our partner Disney today. They are an amazing company that we are partners with. They are a coin company. They make American coins made by Americans for Americans. They make them with American sheens made by American people, and they are made with real silver and copper. Now, they are available for you to buy on their website if you go to www.disneycoins.com. That is www.disneycoins.com, and they are having a massive November giveaway this year. So you go to their website, you go to the November giveaway, and you can go get your special limited edition coin from this November. That is www.disneycoins.com. You can use the promo code RSBN at checkout to get your coin. And remember, guys, they give 10% of their profits back to conservative causes and organizations. So it benefits us, it's meaningful to us, and it should be meaningful to you. So please go to their website, our partners, Disney Coins. That is www.disneycoins.com. That Disney, D-I-S-M-E, coins.com. So thank you guys very much. We encourage you to check out our partners over at Disney Coins. We just love them so much. But it is quite a rally we got here behind us right now. We've got people here to, you're welcome to come through, yes. We've got a lot of people up here today, especially up in the media stands. But we've got people here. A lot of these voters just aren't for Joe Biden. But a poll came out, I believe a few days ago. I believe it was Gallup, and it asked how many of you of the people polled believe that you are better off today than you were 4 years ago. And 56% of the people said that they are better off today after the pandemic than they were 4 years ago. 56% of the country. That is well over half. And today Joe Biden said that those people shouldn't vote for him if they believe that. So that's the problem with the Democrat Party. They say they're the party for you, and then it exemplifies what happened in 2016 with the forgotten men and women. They felt like the Democrats had forgotten them, that they had abandoned them, and that is exactly what that quote says, that the Democrats believe. They say vote for the other guy if you believe this. Well, 56% of the country will then vote for Donald Trump then, Joe. I mean, that's what you're going to lose. You're going to lose the election in the biggest landslide, one of the biggest we've ever seen in a very, very, very long time. But I feel bad for Biden. He's 78 years old, and they're having him run this campaign. At 78 years old, and the things that he's going through, the cognitive problems that he has, a very sad thing to see them do that to him. It's a sad thing that the Democrats think that he is their only hope. They could have chosen anybody else, but they chose him, and they bothered to put him through that. And so, while we might not like Joe Biden at all, while we might disagree with him, while we might think that what he stands for is abhorrent and horrible, we have to pray for him, because he's going through a tremendous amount that somebody of his cognitive ability should not have to go through. So we must pray that he can make it through this. We pray that he doesn't win, but We pray that he can make it through this, and we pray for his family for what they're all going through at the moment. But his policies say a lot about him. His flip-flop on fracking, for instance. He says he's against fracking and says it's horrible, it should be banned, and he's going to cut it out of his administration. He said that in the Democrat debate with Dana Bash. He said he'd cut it out. He's told his supporters, he said he'd get rid of it. And then the general debate between him and President Trump, where President Trump destroyed him, that debate starts, and Joe Biden is all of a sudden the biggest fan of fracking you've ever seen. He loves fracking and he embraces fracking. He loves it more than anything in the world. You'll see him over there with all of his fracking buddies down at the workstation just because he loves it so much. That's how he portrays himself then. Kamala Harris did the exact same thing after she said that she was against fracking. And then Biden says that the oil industry is wonderful, except he's also said that the oil industry should be eliminated, and it would be under a Biden administration, but he's flip-flopping on all these issues. He says he's for it and he's against it. He's really against it. You'll see 600,000 jobs leave immediately in Pennsylvania. Biden also said that he's for the Green New Deal. He embraced it, in fact. And then in the general debate between him and President Trump, he said he was against it. He wasn't for the Green New Deal, that he is the Democrat Party, even though his party doesn't seem to believe that. But he says that he is the Democrat Party. He doesn't believe in the Green New Deal. And then he defended it by saying in the debate that it will pay for itself. And then again, he contradicted himself 5 seconds afterwards, saying that he was against it. And then his website said on the website that he was for the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal, which says that they will get rid of cars, they will get rid of airplanes, they will get rid of cows, they will get rid of meat. Something that you would see in a Saturday Night Live skit back when they were funny. But it's actually Joe Biden's proposals. It's his policies, AOC-style policies. But, you know, it's insane that he wants to do something that is just that out there. We've never had a policy like that we have questioned the legitimacy of it, but it is something else. His policy on guns, he wants to tax you $200 for every fully semi-automatic gun, whatever fully semi-automatic means, and $200 on every magazine with over 10 rounds. He wants to increase your taxes by $4 trillion, which is the exact wrong thing to do in the middle of a pandemic when you have a lot of people that are unemployed or just getting back to work, when people don't have a lot of excess money on hands. But Lunch Bucket Joe, pro-fracking Joe, said he'll raise your taxes $4 trillion. To quote him, he said, "You elect me, your taxes are going to be raised, not lowered." He refuses to take a position on court packing. He will not release his list of who he would nominate to the Supreme Court. President Trump says, who are you gonna have on your list? Who are you gonna have on your list, Joe? And he tells him to shut up, because you can't argue with facts when you don't have a policy. So you just tell the president to shut up, or you call him a racist. Whatever you can do to deflect off of the fact that you don't have a nomination list for the Supreme Court, or that you don't believe in, or that you do believe in packing the court. When he said today that voters don't deserve to know his position on packing the Supreme Court until after the election. Biden also wants to pay for the health care of illegal immigrants. He has said that. He raised his hand famously on the debate stage when it was asked during the Democrat debate. And Biden says that he doesn't want to defund the police. He simply wants to reallocate funds, or reimagine policing, which basically means defund the police, because it means taking money away from the police to give to other people. Because of course we all know that making the police better means that we should just take away money from the police, which would otherwise prevent incentives from occurring within them, or train officers that may need extra training, or get rid of officers that aren't as good. So of course we know that that means defunding equals good police, because less money means better quality always. Biden also called Antifa an idea. It is not an organization, it is an idea. So it was an idea that tore down the statue of Abraham Lincoln and Theodore Roosevelt this weekend in Portland, Oregon. That was an idea. Lincoln, by the way. Lincoln, the president who abolished slavery. They tore his statue down. Why? Abraham Lincoln. Why? It was an idea that caused over $2 billion worth of damage to the United States, especially in Minneapolis. I believe it was over $500 million in Minneapolis. That was an idea that destroyed that burned down the businesses, that burned down the Walmarts in historically and geographically black areas. So it's doing more damage to them than President Trump has ever done, where he's helped them more than any other president possibly since Lincoln. It was an idea that broke through the gates of Mark and Patricia McCloskey's neighborhood and threatened to kill them and burn down their house. That was just an idea. The McCloskeys imagined that. They imagined that. It was all in their heads. It was an idea. It was an idea that brutally assaults random passerbys when they are beaten nearly to death in the middle of the street, or harassed in a restaurant, or simply ripped out of their cars for no reason. That's just an idea that does that to them. It's just an idea that Trump supporters are murdered and numerous passerbys are murdered around the country by Antifa. That's just an idea. Those people are peaceful protesters, according to the mainstream media. Biden said when one of the Trump supporters was killed, and they asked Biden, well, what do you think about that? Do you condemn that? He said that he brought his death upon himself. He incited it on himself with his rhetoric. Yet people threatening the lives of Trump and his supporters on the daily. Just go to Twitter. Whenever the president got COVID, instead of well wishes on Twitter, you saw people wishing for his demise. You saw people wishing him dead, wishing his wife dead, and not just a painless death, a painful death. Those are the kind of people that are in Antifa, the kinds of people that we have on the other side of the aisle. It is, they claim to have the moral high ground, and then they go and they say things such as that. You have Keith Olbermann, a liberal hack and former sports commentator. He said that Trump and his supporters need to be incarcerated. They need to be rounded up, imprisoned, and removed from our society. Removed from our society. So I'll let you guys fill in the blanks with what removed from our society means. But it sounds like something straight out of a communist manifesto, something straight out of Nazi Germany. Get rid of those who oppose you. Get rid of those who are different than you. Get rid of those who believe in different things than you do. Straight out of Nazi Germany, straight out of the Communist Manifesto. Those are the kind of things we're dealing with right now. And we should never wish ill on the other side. While we may not agree with the left, we should not wish them ill. We should not wish them harm. We should wish them that they are only enlightened on conservatism, and that they are enlightened on President Trump and the good that he has done, and that the media doesn't stand in the way of that. We pray that they don't look at the media for their source of information, only look at Right Side Broadcasting Network that shows you the crowds. But that's what we're up against. And I think we all need to pray that they can see that and that we can all move forward as a nation. And right now, everybody is saying that President Trump doesn't have a chance. We've heard this in 2016. They're saying he cannot possibly win, that he is down in the polls, that there is a 1 out of 5 chance that he wins, that he can't win the Rust Belt back. Joe Biden can relate to the Rust Belt workers. We heard the exact same thing 4 years ago. Nate Silver saying that Trump can't possibly win. Rachel Maddow on MSDNC saying that Trump can't win. He'll lose Kansas. He'll lose South Carolina. The biggest landslide we have seen since Reagan. Hillary Clinton will destroy him. So if the polls are right, Hillary would be president right now, and we'd be standing here for Hillary, not for President Trump. And I'm sure a lot of you wouldn't be watching right now if we were standing here for Hillary, because quite frankly, a lot of what she says isn't very truthful and it's very divisive, and there wouldn't be much need to show the crowds because her crowd versus Biden's crowd is relatively the same. They can fill a small car, and I don't mean like a van, I mean like one of those convertibles with the 2 seats, the driver and the passenger. But that's what we're up against right now. And I think the polls right now are going to say the same thing. I actually looked into that the other day. I thought, are they really right? I went in and I looked at each state where they stood yesterday. I did this, where each state stood 4 years ago. And between how they swung in 2016, if they swung that exact same way right now, President Trump would win. He would win every state he won in 2016, minus Arizona, but he would win some states by an even larger margin, such as Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. But it is quite a thing that the polls say that they are when they really aren't. Now I'm going to invite one of my other co-hosts up here. We're going to do a little bit of a back and forth with them, just get somebody up here other than just me, because I'm sure you'd like to hear a little bit more from them as well. Not trying to be a stage hog up here, but let's talk a little bit with Liz or Scott up here. So let's see who we're getting. Looks like we're getting Liz up here. Hi, Liz. How are you doing?
Hi, Alex. Good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing
Are you interviewing
fantastic.
me?
I am interviewing you. So, Liz, you've been at Right Side for how long now?
4 years.
4 years. Wow. Wow. So back when it all began, Liz, what do you like about it so much?
I think I like our freedom of speech and the fact that we are completely live. Joe has never told me, our CEO, Joe Seals, he's never said, you need to say this, you need to not say this. I've just always been able to be myself on live worldwide television, which is absurd. I mean, there's no other network in the world that would allow us, essentially, the youth. I was youthful at the time that I started here. You're in college. I mean, can you imagine if Fox News, because keep in mind, we have more viewers than them. We have more viewers than every single mainstream media outlet. When it comes to live streaming these rallies, no one else in the world would give us this amount of freedom when it comes to just openly saying what we think about the president. I think that's really cool about Right Side.
So if I went back in time 5 years ago, because you said you were here 4 years, if I go back 5 years ago and I say, Liz Willis, you are going to work for the best broadcasting company that has ever existed, and you are going to be the star, what would you say?
I would have believed you.
You wouldn't believe me?
No, I would have.
Oh, you would have?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Very confident in myself.
Yes. You're very, very modest, too.
It just worked out naturally. RSBN's been a great fit for me, and I've been able to make some really good friends out of it, so it's been fun. I don't know what I'm going to do next month when this is over. I'm going to have to, sell cars or something, but...
Well, I'd buy a car from you, though. I think you'd be good at anything you put your mind to, so you do a very good job.
You'll be a great teacher.
I hope so. Almost there. 20, turning 21 soon, so I'll be getting out of school fairly soon, getting into the real world. That's a little bit scary.
And you'll have all the professional work clothes that you could possibly need.
That's true. And when I asked for the letter of recommendation, do you think you'll send one in for me?
I would be honored to.
I appreciate that very, very, very much. All right, so what do you think about the crowd behind us? Do you think it's a massive crowd? What do you think about it? What stands out to you?
I was just talking to Scott Pressler. You and him are both from Pennsylvania, so it's different for me. I don't really have a lot of a feel for this state because I'm not from here. I don't know its history as much as you guys do, but I will say I've been to so many Pennsylvania rallies, I've lost count. I want to say around 10 in the past 4 years, 5 in the past year it feels like, and they've all been packed. So it's hard for me to think that this is a Biden state. I think it's going to go red for President Trump, but of course that's just based on what I see here at these rallies. But they love President Trump. I mean, the lines are just hours long. You have to get here so early. It's a sea of red hats. People love him. I think Pennsylvania is going red for President Trump in 2020, along with the majority of the United States.
And you're from Georgia, and they're also saying that Georgia is a big swing state this election, that Trump and Biden are neck and neck in Georgia. Do you think that's the case, or do you think that President Trump is going to carry away Georgia this time around?
I think I can understand where they're coming from when they consider it a swing state. It's very polarized. We've had a lot of, civil unrest, political unrest when it's come to supporting police, Black Lives Matter, Antifa. There's been a whole lot of everything happening within the city of Atlanta, and that's where I'm from. But you also have to remember this state as a whole. So a lot of my family, my roots go back to southern Georgia, where it's about farming and kind of traditional values. And that also has a great deal to do with this election and who Georgia votes for. So I'd be shocked if Georgia went blue. I think it's going to be close, and I think every single speech matters, every rally matters, every single day matters until November 3rd. I think ultimately Georgia will go red, though.
Well, that's what I like to hear. I like to hear that Georgia's going red, and I like to think that Pennsylvania is going red too. I think our governor is really pushing it to go red this time around with his restrictions. Can I please trade governors with you?
No.
Ours is terrible.
I fought hard for Kemp.
Please.
I rallied hard for Kemp. We got him in the 2018. We just got him. Let me keep him for a little bit.
I trade governors with you, please.
Georgia has a lot of Republican leadership. The mayor of Atlanta is, I'd say, historically Democrat, but when it comes to our governors, it leans Republican, so I think that helps us a lot as well. And the president has endorsed our governor. It's a great relationship, so no, I'll keep him.
Well, you come from a unique state, because right now Stacey Abrams thinks she's the governor. Do you think she would have been a good governor? I mean, I know she thinks she is right now, but she's not. But let's say if she was, do you think Georgia would have been a good place to be, or do you think it would have been?
Yeah, no. So she still technically thinks she is our governor, but it was a great point. I think I'm really thankful right now that she's not our governor. I think Brian Kemp, he was one of the first states in the United States to open up when COVID hit our shores. We closed down for a little bit. It was disastrous to our economy, especially to small businesses. Pretty much every single thing, mental illness. I mean, it was difficult for the people, the businesses, everything. But Brian Kemp was a leader. He went against the odds and he said, we're opening back up. It just is what it is. Like, we cannot shut our economy down a second longer because we'll never come back from this. And even after President Trump pushed for so long to open states back up, when Brian Kemp finally said, okay, I'm going to open up, Trump was like, well, and he kind of backtracked a little bit because it was so risky to do that. But he did it. Our cases have declined since then. And I feel luckier now more than ever to be from Georgia because I've had the liberty of traveling to all these states with Democratic leadership. They've been closed down, and I think it's silly. I'm watching them fall apart. California falling apart. New York. I don't know if it'll ever be that beautiful New York City that I used to be able to travel to. And even in D.C. last week, or Bethesda, Maryland, all the restaurants were closed down. It was so difficult to get around. Mask rules. I mean, we were the only people out eating, and it just broke my heart for their small businesses and their economy. I think Brian Kemp did an excellent job, and it really was a tough situation to make those kinds of decisions when you're putting people's lives at risk. But I think he looked at the numbers, the real numbers, and he did what was best for Georgia. So I voted for him, and I would do it again. I have no regrets.
Well, I am very, very envious of you because our governor has done the exact opposite of what your governor has done. Our state is still not really that open. We have some of the biggest restrictions on our state in the country. We are up there with Michigan, New York, New Jersey, and California in terms of who has the largest restrictions. I think we're really beaten by possibly California because, you know, it's a shame what's happening out there, but we're not allowed to have more than 250 people here at a rally. But I saw more than 250 people in line for the bathroom. So I guess they're peacefully protesting at the bathroom, but that's not for me to decide. But Liz?
I want to say thank you. It looks like we have some donations coming in, so I wanted to thank everyone for donating to Brightside Broadcasting Network. We're almost entirely viewer funded, meaning we rely on your donations now more than ever to go from rally to rally. We have 5. Okay, hold on, let me count these. Last night was Sanford, Florida. Today is Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Tomorrow's rally is Des Moines, Iowa. Thursday's rally is Greenville, North Carolina. And there are 2 rallies on Friday, one in Ocala, Florida, one in Macon, Georgia, which I will be covering. So that is 6 rallies in 5 days. Keep in mind it's between $5,000 to $7,000 for each rally. That's around $42,000 is what it's going to cost us to cover these. And I know it's insane, but you guys, someone has to do it. Someone has to battle this mainstream narrative. These fake news are pumping out about President Trump and these polls. I mean, these polls are ridiculous. When you look at this enthusiasm and then you see those numbers, it doesn't add up. And if we're not out here live streaming these events and panning these crowds and telling you and showing you, physically pointing our cameras on it, because otherwise no one would believe us, then who else is going to do this? Your donations allow us to get the word out to people, to show the people that don't have cable network or aren't able to come out to these events and see for themselves what's going on. So thank you for your donations. There's a number of ways you can continue to support us. We need them now more than ever, because these rallies, while it's 6 this week, it might be 20 next week. President Trump is starting his 2-a-days, and that is going to go up to 5 rallies a day. We're going to get to as many as we physically can. I'm telling you, we stretch every penny as much as we possibly can. A number of ways you can donate. Make sure you please get those in. This week is crucial to us to be able to afford continuing to do this. The first one is by clicking the $ sign in the bottom right-hand corner of the YouTube Super Chat. Make sure you're utilizing the live chat, and then you can click on the $sign in the bottom right-hand corner. You can donate absolutely any amount. It'll come up in the YouTube chat. We read those out throughout the day, and we're always monitoring the YouTube chat. So thank you so much if you've already donated there, and it's a great place to continue donating. The second way you can donate is by going to our website. Our website's great because we actually get to keep 90% of those proceeds. PayPal takes 10%, but we're still so thankful for it. So if you'd like to go to our website, you can go to www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Make sure to leave a message there as well, because you will get shouted out on air. Alex Caldwell is reading those email donations out loud. The third way you can send a donation is by a check. So this is a non-electronic form of payment. You can actually send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Just to reiterate, the three main ways you can donate are the YouTube Super Chat, our website, and by sending a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. And before I hand the microphone back over to Alex, I want to say thank you to Disney Coins. Disney Coins is an incredible company that supports us and really all of the patriotic values that we admire. Disney Coins is a precious metals company specializing in copper and silver. These coins are made on machines that are made in America by Americans, and they give 10% of all profits back to conservative organizations that uphold our traditional values. So when you're spending your hard-earned money, you'll know that it is going to good hands. Now these coins, what's so special about them, they do come in copper and silver, 1 ounce coins, 2 ounce coins, 4 ounce silver bars, keychains, but the best part is their designs. So they have 2 new designs every single month, over 20 designs total right now, and they highlight different moments from President Trump's administration. So there's Melania's beautiful face, Conan the Ear Dog, We Build the Wall, Trump Pence 2020. There are so many incredible designs, including Back to Blue. They make the perfect Christmas gift. Make sure you go ahead and get them in because, as you know, things are weird this year, and we're going to rely on online shopping now more than ever. Things are going to get backed up. Get your Christmas shopping done now and get a Disney coin. These are a piece of history. You're going to regret it for real if you don't get anything. These rallies, this administration is going to be in history books for the rest of our lives and generations to come, and Disney Coins is helping memorialize that. So www.disneycoins.com. Use code RSBN at checkout, and make sure while you're at their website, click the giveaways tab in the left-hand corner. This is going to be the biggest giveaway yet. You can enter between now and the election on November 3rd. The winner will be announced November 4th. It's going to be the biggest one yet. So click the giveaways tab. They want to give out thousands of coins, including shipping. You don't have to worry about anything. Just put your name and your email address. You'll be good to go. Again, DisneyCoins.com. Giveaways tab, left-hand side of the screen. Follow the rules. The more people that enter this giveaway, the more winners there will be. So make sure you're going to be one of them. I hope you all win. I'm going to toss it over to Alex, and then we'll have Scott joining us really soon. And then Alex and then Scott, and then we will have President Trump. We're 20 minutes away from his scheduled speaking time.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. And, you know, I just want to say one of the comments we get very frequently, one of the big things we get is that we speak over the music towards the end of the speech that President Trump gives. And that's true. We do that. But we are faced with no choice. We have to. When President Trump is leaving and he's dancing to YMCA, I want to be dancing to that as much as you guys do. I want to listen to it. I want to be putting my hands up in the air and dancing to it. But we can't, because as soon as they hear that song, YouTube likes to copyright us and try to take our video down, because that's what you face when you're up against big tech sometimes as a conservative company. And we have to keep speaking through all of the songs. As much as I would love to listen to these songs, we got to keep speaking. So that, you know, that's one of the comments we get is, why do we have to do that? That's exactly why we have to do that. And I hope you guys can understand that and respect that we do have to keep doing this so that our company can continue to broadcast and that we can continue to go to these rallies and show you guys what's actually happening without a filter on. But like Liz was saying earlier, the way we can go to these rallies, these peaceful protests, is from viewers like you. You go to our site, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and you go to our site, you guys donate to us. That's how we keep getting here. You know, very soon, President Trump is going to be doing 3 rallies a day, 5 rallies a day coming up very soon. And I just got a breaking news alert from Fox News saying that Democrat Senator asked Amy Coney Barrett if she has ever sexually assaulted someone. Okay. Anyways, you go to our website and you donate to us, and that helps us to keep going to these rallies and showing you guys what's actually happening without the spin of the mainstream media. So if you would like us to continue to do these, please go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can go to your mailbox and you can donate to us through there, through the Postal Service. If you go to 1550 Opelika Road, that is Opelika, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. If you would like to do it through that way. You can also donate through the YouTube live chat, but keep in mind they do take 30% of the profits when you donate through that. Now, one of the things I was just saying earlier, the breaking news alert that I got, saying that a question they asked Amy Coney Barrett, what a disgraceful question to ask somebody like that. What a disgraceful question. And honestly, I'm not sure who that senator was at the moment. I have not read into it. I've just gotten the alert. But they really should be ashamed of themselves for asking such an abhorrent question such as that, an offensive question such as that. So now I'm going to read some of the donations that you guys sent in to us, because when you do that, sometimes we are able to read them on air. I try to get to as many as I can, but we do get a lot. So if I don't get to go to all of them, I do apologize sincerely. But from David Sue, he says, we love President Trump, Trump 2020. Joseph Kellogg says, keep up the good work. Ronald Rendazzo says, thank you, right side, Trump 2020. Chuck says, love right side, powerful, positive, Trump, 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 CAGA. Annie Lee says, thank you, RSBN, for all that you do, MAGA. Nancy says, you are so appreciated for the fantastic work that you do. That you have done. It's so refreshing for the real news media. You are a role model for the news media that is pro-Trump and pro-America. So, I'm going to let our CEO talk for a little bit. He's going to speak to you guys right now. So, here's our CEO, the wonderful man, Joe Seals himself.
Thank you kindly, Alex, and thank you, Liz. You guys are doing a great job there. We are honored to be joined tonight by Scott Pressler, who you'll hear from in just a few minutes. Scott has been doing incredible work on behalf of President Trump, going out and registering voters. He's organized several people with similar viewpoints to go out and clean up trash all across the country, and doing it in the name of love, to show that conservatives care. We are good, caring people. We are not violent. And, you know, Scott has been doing such a great job. He's been such a great ambassador for President Trump. So thank you to Scott, and we'll hear from him again in just a second. I wanted to just say really quick, 2016, I remember 2016. It was just me and some cameramen in 2016. And we didn't have correspondence until after the president was elected. Air Force One should be landing very soon. We'll keep our eye on that before we go back to Scott. But the 2016 election was crazy, absolutely insane, especially the last couple weeks. I remember all too well, just me and the cameraman trying to get from rally to rally. And we did not expect what was coming. At the last week, we had 3 rallies a day. There was one with 4, I believe. And then the final day, I think we had 5 or 6 rallies in one day. It began very early in the morning, I believe in Florida, and we ended the day in Michigan, and I think a 1 a.m. Eastern start for that. So it was crazy, and that's what's coming up for us, and that's why we keep asking for donations. If we're going to be viewer supported, this is how it has to be. The benefits for us for being viewer supported is we are able to show you things like this uncut. We don't have to, you know, have lots of commercials or advertisers, things like that. We also can say what we want to say, what's in our hearts. We don't have to filter anything. We don't have anyone saying you can't say that. We can say what we want. This is your network because you built it with your financial support. So we can't do it without you. This was just an idea. that I had back in 2015 when I heard the then candidate Trump say they never show the crowds, they never show my full speeches. So we were the first ones to do that. We pioneered this, and we've been working towards perfecting it. We'll never quite get there, but we are getting closer and closer all the time. I put my idea to work, and this is what it's turned into. And we are just so thankful for all of you. The view counts that we've been receiving lately, the fact that we've been #1 in the streaming ratings is very humbling, and we appreciate it more than you know. And thank God for this platform and the ability to connect with all of you and to share President Trump's message and bypass mainstream media. Because if they had their way, you wouldn't hear these speeches in full, and you would get clips taken out of context. We don't do that here. We show you everything because we believe you're smart enough to believe, smart enough to decide for yourself what to believe. So if you want to support us, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. That will help us so much because we have a huge battle, a huge fight. These last 3 weeks are going to be just pure craziness. I'm telling you, I haven't slept very much in the last week. I haven't felt like talking on mic much, but here I am. I just wanted to say hello and thank you all again for all of your support. We're going to send it back to Johnstown, a very beautiful area up there in western Pennsylvania, by the way. I used to live there for a couple years in Cambria County, actually, and it is a great place. So if you're watching from western Pennsylvania, thank you so much, and I think we're going to try to visit there soon again. But sending it back now to PA. God bless. Enjoy the rally.
And so I've done a little bit of a wardrobe change here. The temperature is dropping drastically. And if you look behind me, you can see that this is a packed house. In fact, we have an overflow area over to the right where they're continuing to push people as they come in. They've given out their signs. They've given out, it looks like, red MAGA masks to people. I'd say we're about at 95 to maybe close to 100% capacity. Donald Trump is supposed to start around 7 o'clock, so he'll be coming in shortly. Now, I wanted to talk about the debate, the first debate that President Trump had against his opponent. And I know that RSBN is gaining a lot of traction, and I know that several members of the Trump family do follow me on Twitter, and I wanted to offer some very humble advice for the next time that President Trump goes up against Joe Biden, because one thing really stuck with me during the debate when Joe Biden was saying, if you have an empty chair at home, and I think President Trump, your response immediately should be, if you have an empty chair at home because Joe Biden voted for the Iraq war that sent your son or your daughter or your family member overseas, then that is Joe Biden's doing. And that's honestly one reason why I really love President Trump, because President Trump has promoted peace during his entire presidency, while Joe Biden and the Obama administration sent us to war, put more of our troops across seas, put more of our troops in Afghanistan. I love President Trump because he is the peace president, withdrawing our troops, bringing our troops home. And so if you're at home and you're a libertarian and you voted for Gary Johnson in 2016, I want you to remember that Senator Rand Paul is a proud supporter of President Trump and everything that he's doing with Bahrain, with the Emirates, with Israel. He is our peace president, and we don't need another 47-year-old career politician who's going to so boldly send our sons and daughters to war while we're not even taking care of our potholes. We're not even building up our infrastructure, while Baltimore is rotting and they don't even have AC units for our students in their schools. Why are we building up China and Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and we aren't even building up our country. It's time for change. So vote for peace and Donald Trump, not war with Joe Biden. And let's also take it a step further. I want to talk for a second about Black Lives Matter, because I think this is actually Republicans' opportunity to show that while Democrats take advantage of the black community, Republicans are supporting HCBUs. Republicans made it with Donald Trump signing legislation, so we no longer have to ask for federal money for HCBUs. He's making sure that we have school choice for our children. And I worked at an elementary school. That was my first career, working at an elementary school. I've seen how our students are stuck in failing schools because of their zip codes, because of where they live, by no fault of their own. And ask yourself, why are Democrats against school choice? Why don't Democrats want children to be able to go to the best schools and have our brightest students? Ask yourself, why are they anti-choice? They say they're pro-choice, but Democrats are against our children having the best options to make sure that they have the best opportunity to succeed. So President Trump, in that next debate, I want you to talk about what you have done for the black community. I want you to talk about the HCBUs. I want you to talk about the First Step Act, giving our American citizens a second chance at life. And remember how Joe Biden talked about how those black women are stocking the shelves? Well, I think it's more appropriate to talk about how some of the children of those black women were more likely locked up because Joe Biden wrote the 1994 crime bill punishing the black community, separating black fathers from their children. How is it, Joe Biden, that you support the black community when you called them super predators, when you were a part of the reason why black fathers were separated from their children? President Trump is a part of the reason why black fathers are now being reunited with their children, why they are given a second chance at life with the First Step Act. Look at Alice Marie Johnson, who is locked up for life because of a non-violent drug offense. It's time that we give people a second chance at life, and that's why I support the Republican Party, because while Democrats are writing the bills that lock you up, Republicans are freeing you. Republicans are giving you a chance to live your best life and determine your own future. I also want to talk about Black Lives Matter, and that when somebody says to you, Black Lives Matter, you should answer to them, yes. Black lives do matter, and that's why I'm voting for President Donald Trump. Because while Democrats are burning down black cities, while Democrats are burning down black communities and black businesses, Republicans are building them up. Republicans are cleaning our cities like I've done in Baltimore and Houston and Chicago and Los Angeles and Miami and Kenosha. And I want people to remember that Republicans are going to give you life, liberty, and prosperity, while Democrats are going to judge you, to lock you up with their crime bills, to burn down your cities, to tell you that you are only good enough to stock a shelf. And Republicans are going to give you that opportunity to succeed. Now let's look at this crowd again. When it's this cold in Pennsylvania, 21 days before the election, do you guys think that these people are going to vote? I think that these people are going to vote. Now what we have to do, and I'm going to go talk to the crowd as soon as I'm done here hosting with Right Side Broadcasting, but I'm going to make sure these people are registered to vote. I brought forms. I'm ready to go. I mean, come on. I already know it's votespa.com. I already have those forms in my car ready to go. But these people that are going to brave the cold, that are going to come out on a weekday night, these are going to head to the polls. Put in contrast to Joe Biden's rallies, where they just had a reporter in Arizona and she was actually really confused because nobody showed up for Joe Biden, and they weren't even aware that Joe Biden was having a rally in Arizona, while President Trump is getting thousands and thousands to show up in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. This isn't Philly. This isn't Erie. This isn't Pittsburgh. This isn't Altoona. This is Johnstown, and thousands are coming out. In fact, when I was driving here, it was actually quite a sight to see the amount of Trump signs, not only at houses, but at businesses. You see, Joe Biden voted for NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement. Joe Biden sold out Pennsylvania. Joe Biden sold out our jobs. Joe Biden sold out our union workers. And I'm here to tell you, I've talked to union workers all across the country, from Michigan to Pennsylvania. And while the union bosses are telling people to vote Democrat, the union workers are voting for President Donald J. Trump, because they know that when President Trump said he would renegotiate NAFTA, well, promises made, promises kept, he did with the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, which was lauded not only by Republicans, but also by Democrats. This was bipartisan legislation because President Donald Trump kept his promise. And while Joe Biden and his 47 years sold out our jobs, President Trump and his 47 months brought those jobs back, cut our corporate tax. Look, guys, think about this logically for a second. If China has a 25% corporate tax and America has a 35% corporate tax, where logically are businesses going to go? Businesses are going to leave us and go to China. What President Trump has done, not only as a businessman, but the commander-in-chief, is he has made America competitive again. That businesses are going to choose America. They are going to buy American, hire American. And let's talk about math for a second, because I think it's so important to really paint the picture of what this election means. Our country is only 244 years old. We've only been around for 244 years. Joe Biden has been a career politician for 47 years. Do the math. That's 19% of our country's history, our country's existence. Joe Biden has been in power for 1/5 of America's existence. What does he have to show for it other than voting for war? What does he have to show for it other than voting to send our jobs to other countries? What does he have to show for it other than calling the black community super predators? Joe Biden is wrong for America, and it hasn't taken 47 years for us to figure that out. And 47 months, we found out that we need another 4 years of President Donald Trump. If you want better trade deals, if you want to support the black community, not burn down black businesses, if you want school choice, if you want fewer taxes, if you want a secure border, if you want to support our police, not defund our police, if you want law and order, then you make a plan, you register to vote, and you vote for Donald Trump on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Again, I already voted. I voted in person and early with my Trump shirt in Virginia. So if you live in Virginia, there is a statute that you can wear political apparel to the polls. Wear your Trump hat. Wear your Trump shirt. Wear your Trump shoes. Get your nails did Trump. And wear it proudly when you vote in person early in Virginia. Again, today, Texas, in-person early voting started again. Get out and vote for Ronnie Jackson. Get out and vote for Wesley Hunt. Get out and vote for Genevieve Collins. Get out and vote for John Cornyn for the United States Senate. We need that Senate to confirm Amy Coney Barrett. And let's talk about religion for a second, because as Americans, we have the First Amendment right to worship as we choose, with no judgment. We are free to worship as we please. The Democrats are attacking Amy Coney Barrett for being religious, for being a Christian, for being a Catholic. And I think that even one of the senators, or maybe it was Nancy Pelosi, that said that the dogma lives within her. That is anti-First Amendment. That is anti our religious freedom of choice. And quite frankly, her religion has nothing to do with how she is going to serve as the next Supreme Court justice, replacing the late, and we mean this with all due respect, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So when you see the Democrats and they are attacking Christianity, and when you see the Democrats and they are attacking her religion, I need you to push back. And I need every single one of you at home, you need to call your senators and you let them hear you loud and clear. Confirm Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court of the United States. And take it a step further. I want you to also let your senators know, and I mean this respectfully, let them know that you are a registered voter and you will not only be voting in 2020, but you are a lifelong voter. You're coming out in 2022. You're coming out in 2024. Remind them, these senators, that they work for you, not the other way around. You have the power if you choose to hone that power. Guys, I'm a dog walker. I started off as a dog walker, and now I have close to 800,000 followers. Now I have a national platform. Now I'm using my voice to register voters, to clean up our cities, to support President Trump and the Republican Party. You never understand how truly powerful you are as one person, and that's what I want you to take away from today. That you sitting at home watching Right Side Broadcasting, you have the ability, if you choose, to transform our country for the better. Now, I know we're probably right now after 7 p.m., so I think that President Trump is probably running a little bit late, but he is coming, don't you worry. I hear that President Trump, even getting closer to the election, he may be doing upwards of 5 rallies a day. The man is in his 70s. Meanwhile, Joe Biden can't even do 1 rally a day, and President Trump is going to do 5. I want whatever this man is taking, but I think that we can all say that we are glad that President Trump has gotten safely over his COVID exposure, and that we are going to come out of this stronger than ever. We give our best wishes to Melania Trump, the Trump family, President Trump, as they go through this. And guys, just look at this crowd. I want to talk about the coalitions behind Donald Trump for a second. I've been doing politics for quite some time. I have never, ever seen so many women supporting Donald Trump. I have never seen so many young people supporting Donald Trump. Actually, get this, guys. So, I was at Penn State College the other day. We did a nonpartisan voter registration drive, meaning I wasn't even pushing Donald Trump. We registered 18 students, and 13 of the 18 students at Penn State, a very liberal college, all chose Republican. Only 1 chose Democrat, and 4 chose no party affiliation. You know what that tells me? That tells me that our Republican brand is growing. Our Republican brand is popular. The Democrats, if they can't even get more than 1 out of 18 to register to vote, that tells me that the Democrat Party is no longer attractive to the youth. The youth have seen that Bernie Sanders sold them out. When Bernie said he was going to stand up for them, when Bernie said that he was going to support the youth, he sold out and supported Hillary Clinton. He sold out a second time and let the Democrats rig the election against them and against their votes. And again, I want you to think about the Democratic primary for a second. No matter who you supported, if you supported Klobuchar, if you supported Buttigieg, if you supported Tulsi Gabbard, when the Democrats before primaries endorsed Joe Biden, what they did is they disenfranchised you. What they did is they took away your vote from you. What they did is they said that you weren't good enough, and they said that they knew better. That's why they endorsed Joe Biden, because they thought that it was his best chance to win, and the Democrats cared more about winning than they cared about you. They cared more about winning than they cared about your votes being heard in the election. So when the Democrats talk about suppressing voters and disenfranchisement, actually, there is nothing democratic about the Democrat Party when they rig elections and they pick winners and they pick losers. Okay, back to Penn State for a second. Now, here's the thing. This school is all virtual. There's no in-person learning, and the students are angry. I want you to remember, if you're a student, if you're a mom, if you're a business owner, the Democrats shut you down. The Democrats took away your schools. The Democrats took away your businesses. The Democrats took away your freshman year at college. Never forget that Governor Newsom, Governor Whitmer, Governor Wolf, all Democrats, California, Michigan, Wisconsin, they are the reason why you aren't able to go to school. They have the power, but no, they believe it's better for you to stay at home than to get your education, than to get your business open. And think about single moms who don't have the luxury that they are working multiple jobs, that they can't be at home with their child all the time. The Democrats are hurting single mothers. They are taking away their ability to work and to earn and to put food on the table. Never forget that it's the Democrats who shut you down. So when you vote this November, you vote Republican, because Republicans are going to open your businesses. Republicans are going to open our schools. Republicans are going to get us back to playing football and to playing sports and to playing Little League. Never forget that Republicans are about freedom, while Democrats are about dependence and taking away your freedom, taking away your ability to live your life. We believe, and this is actually very libertarian, Republicans believe you should be able to do whatever you want in your private life so long as you are not hurting anybody else. Whereas Democrats are about telling you what you can and cannot do. Now, guys, I've just been told Air Force One is coming in right now. Air Force One is rolling in. Let's pan this crowd. Let's look at what's going on. People are starting to get excited that President Trump is about to come in. And we are going to pass over back to Mr. Alex. We are so thankful to have me here at Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you guys for all the support, all the love. Thank you for supporting them financially. They are doing this all on their own. Thank you for supporting the work that I do. And back to my co-host. I've been so thrilled to be a guest host here today. Even though I've had to cover up this luxurious hair, it's just getting way too cold out here.
Thank you, Scott. It should be noted that we did not make you cover up that hair. We would never do that. You can
No, they didn't. No.
It just was
they
cold.
They didn't tell me to. Liz wasn't in competition or anything.
Keep an eye out for Air Force One.
Right there.
You see it? Oh,
I see it. It's
all right.
coming in.
Can I get my fingers
So
up?
literally,
Yeah.
Trump is coming.
All right, good eyes, Alex. Air Force One is landing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from President Trump taking the stage, and you'll see Air Force One taxiing up right behind this stage in just a few moments. So stay tuned for that. It's really exciting. She's beautiful. According to the press pool, it is going to be the smaller of the two planes today. So not the big one, but still beautiful. We see her landing right now. So ladies and gentlemen, Air Force One has landed here in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. We are going to bring you President Trump's speech in its entirety. And we're going to have that Air Force One taxiing up right behind us very shortly. In the meantime, again, Thank you for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are so excited to be able to bring you each of these rallies. They are so important. Each one just as important as the next, no matter what state it is, what time of day it is. Right Side Broadcasting Network prioritizes these rallies because at the end of the day, it's the President of the United States of America who made time out of his schedule to come and speak to these people, and it shows how much he loves them when he takes that stage. This man, absolutely nothing will hold him back, not even being 74 years old, diagnosed with coronavirus. He refused to let that hold him back, and within days of being cured from that virus, is back amongst the people exactly where he wants to be, and that is going to be so evident tonight. For those of you who are just now tuning in, maybe it's your first rally that you've ever been able to watch, we hope you love it. Right Side Broadcasting Network covers all of them, and we broadcast them live because we think it's so important that we get out the president's message. We're almost entirely viewer-based, meaning we rely on your donations to get us from rally to rally, state to state. And each rally costs between $5,000 to $7,000 to cover. You guys have made it possible up until this point, and we're just getting started. We have 6 rallies this week, 6 rallies in the next 5 days, including 2 days on Friday, 1 in Florida, 1 in Georgia. We'll be at both of them, and soon we can expect 5 rallies a day for President Trump when we get closer to November 3rd. So there's a number of ways you can donate. The first one being the YouTube Super Chat. Click the $ in the bottom right-hand corner of the YouTube Super Chat. The second way is by going to www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. The third way is a non-electronic form of donation, so you can send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Again, just to reiterate, please donate $5,000 to $7,000 for each rally. We have 5 rallies this week alone, and we are just getting started. It is so important that we fight alongside President Trump every single day until he is President of the United States of America for 4 more years, and you can help us make that happen by donating to Right Side Broadcasting Network, by following us on social media, and by sharing our stream. Make sure you follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RSB Network. Again, that's at RSB Network. Make sure you're sharing our stream. We want to break records. We had over 130,000 concurrent viewers last night on our YouTube stream from Sanford, Florida, also known as the Orlando Rally. We want to beat that tonight. You can help us make that happen. We have worked so hard for this. You guys have worked hard for this. Our viewers have supported us. They have knocked on doors. They have called their friends. They have campaigned. They have volunteered hours. And they love America. Let's not give up, you guys. I think this is going to be a landslide victory. But don't get comfortable. Don't get complacent. Get energized. Let these rallies get you energized. Look at what President Trump at 74 years old is doing for our country. Look how hard he's fighting. If that doesn't inspire you, I don't know what will. At 27 years old myself, I am never going to have a better president than President Trump, and I can almost guarantee that. I want 4 more years. Help me get 4 more years under President Trump's administration. Before I hand the microphone over to Alex to reel us in, I do want to say thank you to Disney Coins. They have been an incredible partner with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Disney Coins offers the most beautiful collectible coins. They specialize in precious metals, including copper and silver. Their coins come in 1 ounce and 2 ounce coins, 4 ounce silver bars, as well as other collectibles. Each one has a different design, and they have 2 new designs every single month. So totaling over 20 designs. They have Back the Blue, Melania, the Red MAGA hat, Conan the Hero Dog, We Build the Wall. So many different incredible designs that illustrate different highlights of President Trump's administration. So make sure you check them out. That's www.disneycoins.com. Again, that's www.disneycoins.com. Use code RSBN at checkout for a percentage off your order. And finally, don't forget, they're doing a massive MAGA giveaway in honor of the presidential election. The biggest giveaway they've ever done. So if you've ever entered before, you can enter again. There's no problem with that. Go to their website, disneycoins.com. Click the giveaways tab. It is so simple, you guys. It's your email. Click subscribe to the mailing list, and you will be entered to win. The more entries, the more winners there will be. It is all listed exactly what they're giving away, how many winners. There'll be thousands of coins. They want to hand them out to people. So check out all their coins and sign up for the giveaway at www.disneycoins.com. I was one of your hosts for this evening. My name's Liz Willis. I'm a veteran correspondent for Brightside Broadcasting Network and a rally professional at this point. If you enjoyed my coverage, please follow me on Instagram at Liz Willis. That's LIZWILLIS. And I'm on Twitter at Liz Willis with an underscore at the end. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Alex. He's going to bring us in for that home run stretch here as we wait for President Trump to deboard Air Force One. Again, Right Side Broadcasting Network live from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And here's Alex Caldwell.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. And as you can see, we've got Air Force One landing right there. We've got President Trump about to step out just about any minute now, but it's so cool to see that plane up close and personal. Just everything about it. It is massive. It is unlike any airline I've ever seen. You go to any commercial airline, you go to the airport, you look at an airplane, you can see how big that is. This makes that look small. This plane is absolutely massive, and it is, there's nothing like seeing the President of the United States stepping out of Air Force One, waving to the crowd of people, walking on stage to give a speech to the American people directly without any filter whatsoever. But I just want to say that speech from our guest host today, Scott Presler, nothing will ever be able to be followed by that. What a wonderful, wonderful speech. If you would like to go support him, you can go to his Twitter, I believe. His Twitter handle is at Scott Presler, spelled Presler. So you can go support him on his Twitter feed. If you would like to follow us, you can also follow me at Real A Caldwell on Twitter. And you can follow Liz at Liz Willis _. And you can follow Right Side Broadcasting at RSB Network. You can follow us all on Twitter. So that is at Real A Caldwell, at Scott Presler, at Liz Willis _, and at RSB Network. And we'll show you guys updates. We'll tell you guys when the next rallies are coming up. We'll just give you some political feedback, stuff that's happening, going on all around the country, and keep you guys updated on all of that. But the crowd really seems to be gearing up for President Trump here. We can see a lot of them holding up their phones, even some of them dancing to all of the things that are going on around me. But we've got so many people coming to see him right now. I don't think we can show the entire crowd because of where we're located, but to my right, there seems to be hundreds more people than what you can see from just panning the camera normally. There is a massive, massive overflow crowd that you guys are not able to see from our standpoint. But trust me when I say it is absolutely massive, and the media will not even bother to show it. Right now, half their cameras are not even on. Some of them aren't showing anything. They've just got it straight ahead, right where he's going to be speaking up at the podium. But they don't even bother to show it. And when he's going to call out the fake news at some point, as he typically does with his rallies, because they are fake. They deserve to be called out. But when he points them out, you're not going to see any of them turning their cameras. We're going to be the only ones who do it, as we always do. And hopefully that merits a retweet from him. It has in the past. And there's nothing quite like seeing Right Side be retweeted by the president. It is miraculous, in my opinion, but it is so fantastic. And we've got people still coming in to see this president. We've got people coming in from the left and the right in terms of directions, but we've got so many people still pouring in, and we've got so many people ready to see him. I don't see an empty seat in here. If you were here right now, you would be standing neck and neck with people. You'd be standing shoulder to shoulder. Probably wouldn't be able to sit down because everybody would be standing up around you taking pictures of the president. But it is absolutely packed. There is not an ounce of space. We have got at least several thousand here. Anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 in my opinion, and I could be underestimating it. I could just be very, very low in that. We've got thousands of people at this peaceful protest, as we like to call it here at RSBN, so that we are adhering to Governor Wolf's rules of not having rallies of more than 250. But so many people right now, people leaning on each other, people trying to get their cameras over the other. A lot of people ready to see the president. We can see the stairs pulling up to Air Force One, getting ready to let him out from his door. But it is going to be a crazy and amazing speech nonetheless. And when I say crazy, I mean crazy in a very, very cool way. Because when the president speaks, everybody listens, and nobody speaks while he's speaking until they start chanting USA, USA, or lock her up. But Those do merit the chance. But so many people, you know, the media always says he has no enthusiasm. He has no support. He's polling 13 points behind in Pennsylvania. And then you look at the crowd. You look at where the enthusiasm is. I live in Pennsylvania. I live towards this area. And you drive through, you see Trump signs everywhere. For every 100 Trump signs, you see one Joe Biden sign. There is not a lot of enthusiasm for Biden here at all. There's almost absolutely none. And as Scott was saying, Biden and Harris had a joint rally in Arizona, a joint rally. So it should have been a large event. You should have had a lot of people there. No, nobody showed up. Not one person showed up. Nobody even knew it was an event for Biden. Nobody knew because nobody was there. When President Trump was in the hospital, he's in his hospital bed with COVID, battling COVID. He's not doing an event. He's not even outside. He's not coming outside. He's not making a hundreds, if not 1,000 people outside of the hospital waiting for him to come out, or not even waiting for him to come out because they didn't even know he was going to. They're just there for him. They're there for him because they support him. They're trying to show their support for their president. You wouldn't have that with Joe Biden. That wasn't even a rally. You had people out supporting him. It's something that wasn't even a rally. And yet, you don't have a single person show up for Joe Biden's rally. I was in Scranton a few weeks ago. It was an event. It was for union workers. I was there. President Trump was delivering a speech. It was not a rally. It was just a speech to a few workers. And you had hundreds, if not a 1,000 supporters outside who knew they weren't going to get in, but they came anyways. They were outside because it was a private event. Just there. Just to show that the support for him isn't gone. That he has love. That he has support, and that's exactly what he does have. He has more enthusiasm than any candidate in our lifetime. Obama had less support than he does in terms of crowd sizes. I mean, you look at this crowd, you didn't see this at an Obama event. Obama had a lot of people, but he didn't have this. Hillary didn't have nearly, not even close to this. She didn't have one of these bleachers full of people. Biden doesn't even come close. Hillary's rallies make Biden rallies look even worse, considering how many people went to Hillary rallies. Virtually none. And Hillary won the popular vote. And you know what's going to happen? I think Trump has a good shot at winning it because right now, his polls, he's doing better than he was against Hillary. His crowd sizes, I think, are bigger than when he was against Hillary, and Biden's crowd sizes are smaller. You know, at least Hillary had some enthusiasm because a lot of people said, well, we could have the first female president. Biden doesn't have that. Biden has no enthusiasm whatsoever. He has a small base of people who just don't like Donald Trump and will never vote for him no matter what. No matter how much logic and common sense you show them, they'll never vote for him. They're closed-minded. They'll never bother to vote for him. But you've got all of these people here. Many of them were former Obama supporters, I'm sure, because Pennsylvania went to Obama by over 10 points in 2008. He won it by about 5 or 6 in 2012. And then President Trump won it by 1. So from 2008 to now, an 11-point swing. An 11-point swing. And a lot of those voters, I believe, are just fed up with the status quo. They weren't seeing anything get better under Obama. Nothing got better under Obama. Obama said he was going to help everybody out. He's going to bring all their jobs back. He's going to let them be healthy. He's going to pass Obamacare. It's not going to cost them anything. And then everybody saw their premiums double, even triple, or more in some cases. You had to pay out of pocket. You had to pay the individual mandate also, which you have to pay for the privilege of not having to pay for health care. Quite asinine. And manufacturing jobs sold out to China, put overseas. And President Trump has brought them back. Obama said he couldn't. He said he'd need a magic wand to bring them back. And they're back. We've seen more manufacturing jobs now than in a long, long, long time. We've had a recovering economy. Under Obama, our economy was in shambles. If you look at the stock market, its worst day during COVID was Obama's best day when he was in office. That was our stock market. Those were your 401ks. That was the state of things. And they always like to say, well, Obama had low unemployment. It was in 4 or 5%, which is true. But also under Obama, you had a record amount of people leaving the workforce, which artificially made the unemployment number a little bit lower. Under President Trump, we've had a lot of people going back into the workforce. The workforce is growing and growing and growing. And right now, we're facing tough times. Americans are having a really hard time right now, a lot of them. That's not because of President Trump, but he is helping to help. He's helping them tremendously. A lot of their jobs coming back, unemployment going way, 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 way down. Now, I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about donations right now because I got to make sure that our company is left alive, because who else is going to show you these crowd sizes? Who else is going to tell you what happens? Who else is going to film the president without editing what he says to fit some kind of a narrative? And if you want to help us out, you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now, if you can't get through because sometimes there is a decent amount of traffic trying to go through the website, please come back later and please donate to us through our website. That is rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also donate in the YouTube live chat as well, but keep in mind, YouTube takes 30% of all donations that are donated through the live chat. So if you would like that 30% to come to us, you can donate through our website. You can also donate by mail. Here is the president,
Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Hello, Johnstown. Thank you very much. This is going to be a great evening. It's incredible to be back in Pennsylvania, the proud home of American independence, the American Constitution, and American freedom. That's true, huh? What a history. And 21 days from now, we're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we're going to win 4 more years in the White House. This election is a simple choice. If Biden wins, China wins, all these other countries win, we get ripped off by everybody. If we win, you win, Pennsylvania wins, and America wins. Very simple. For years, the selfish and corrupt political class betrayed the people of Pennsylvania, you know that, and the people of our country. Career politicians like Joe Biden lied to you. I don't think you knew he was even lying. You want to know the truth? He's gone. He's shot, folks. I hate to tell you, he's shot. He abused you, he crushed you, your dreams, and outsourced your jobs to China and distant lands all over the world. As a Senator, Biden's last American trade policies were a total disaster. They dismantled your steel industry and decimated entire towns in your area. And we brought back steel. And we put tariffs on steel. And we stopped dumping steel and aluminum. As vice president, he closed down 10,000 factories while raking in cash from corporations that moved jobs overseas. And his family got rich. You know that. How did Hunter make $3.5 million from the mayor of Russia, mayor of Moscow's wife? How did that happen? So you have the mayor of Moscow, got a wife, gave Hunter $3.5 million. I wonder what he did for that money, huh? The fake news, they refuse to talk about it. They don't want to hear about it. Biden's a servant of the radical globalists, the wealthy donors, the big money special interests who shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, and you know it because you really suffered right in this area, threw open your borders and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in these ridiculous, endless foreign wars. They're all coming back home. Don't worry, they're all coming back home soon. They're already on their way. They've been on their way for a long time. In 2016, Pennsylvania voted to fire this failed and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as your president to finally put America first. That's what we did. And we did not come this far, overcome this much, and fight this hard only to surrender our country back to the depraved Washington swamp. And by the way, did we catch them? We caught them. We caught them. We caught them. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. They spied on our campaign. What they did should never, ever be allowed to happen in this country again. Never. Watch what happens. This is the most important election in the history of our country. Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He has handed control to the socialists and Marxists and left-wing extremists like his vice presidential candidate. That's another great one, isn't it? I just watched her on television coming in, because the great thing about Air Force One, we have more televisions. They're in closets. They're all over the place. They're on the floors, on the ceilings. And I watched her, and I compared her to Amy, great future Supreme Court Justice. And I will tell you, Amy's made a great impression. And you know Biden, he can't stand up to the lunatics running his party. He can't even find his way off the stage without him. Look what's happened. Yesterday, he didn't know the name. He said, you know the guy, I think he's a Mormon, right? He said he's a Mormon. He was talking about Mitt Romney. He forgot Mitt Romney's name. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? Then he didn't know where he was. He said, where the hell am I? Where am I? No, he's shot, folks. He's shot. I'm running against the single worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. And you know what that does? That puts more pressure on me. Can you imagine if you lose to a guy like this? It's unbelievable. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful. If he wins, the radical left will be running the country. He won't be running the country. The radical left will take over. And how about Pennsylvania? So he says there will be no fracking. No fracking. This went on for a year and a half. No fracking. No fracking, no fracking. Then Elizabeth Warren refused to get out. So they stole another one for Bernie. Bernie's the greatest loser of them all. This guy, every 4 years they steal it. So she refused to get out. Pocahontas, she refused to get out, right? They wanted me to apologize for saying the word Pocahontas. So, no, I apologize to Pocahontas, to the real one. No, you wouldn't get out, and she took enough votes away, and Biden won Super Tuesday. That shouldn't have happened. But if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, fortunately, that's because I'm not a politician. I'm not a politician. But think of it, you talk about politicians, no fracking for a year and a half, right? And then he goes to Pennsylvania and says, no, there'll be fracking. Like nothing happened. Can you imagine if I did that? No fracking, no fracking, no fracking. I'm the opposite, by the way. No fracking, no fracking. Then you win and you go, got to go a little to the other direction, a little bit to the right, although he actually went further left, which is sort of an amazing thing. But all of a sudden he comes out in favor of fracking. And let me tell you, it's always the first thing that turns out to be true, okay? They will lose, you will lose in Pennsylvania 1 million jobs. There will be no petroleum products. There will be no fracking whatsoever. And did you see his party now is really angry at him because he's saying maybe there'll be fracking. It's a very conditional, it's a very weak. But with me, you're going to frack. You're going to frack. And you're going to keep your energy low, and we're independent. We are now energy independent, first time ever. So if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fought harder for you than any president has ever fought for their people. Right now, I'm fighting to eradicate the virus, rebuild the economy, and save our country from the radical left. And that's a big thing, saving it, because these people, this will end up being a large-scale version of Venezuela if they get in. They don't have water, they don't have medicine, they don't have food, they don't have anything. Despite everything they've thrown at us, we've done more in the first 3.5 years than any administration in history, and the best is yet to come. It's true. A recent Gallup poll just came out. Thank you. A Gallup poll just came out that found that 56% of Americans say they're better off today than they were under Sleepy Joe and Obama. It's the highest of any president at this point in his term. Let's think of that, 56%. This is as we round the corner on the pandemic, 56%. They were much, much lower. Just remember this. If they were any good, I wouldn't have run for president. But they were no good. They did a horrible job. They did a horrible job. Yesterday, Biden told those 56% of Americans that they probably shouldn't vote for him. And for once, I agree with Joe. Did you hear he said, you shouldn't vote for me, He has no idea what he's saying. How the hell do you lose to a guy like this? Is this possible? Oh, I'll never come to Pennsylvania again. I love this place. They say he was born in Scranton, but he left. He left. He abandoned you. He didn't. Give me a break. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, there's a lot of people here tonight. A lot of people. I wish the fake news would show it. They never turn the cameras, I go home. Our great First Lady always says, how was the crowd? I said, didn't they show? No, they just show your face. And about 5 people behind me, right? They become famous. Why don't you show the crowd, though? Why don't you do yourself a favor? Show the crowd. Go ahead. One of the most important issues for Pennsylvania is the survival of your fracking industry. Joe Biden has repeatedly pledged to abolish fracking. He's a liar, okay? He's a liar. How do you do it? How do you do it? He went for a year and a half. They said, remember the debates with the radical left Democrats, right? You had Alfred E. Newman, you had all these people. You know who Alfred E. Newman is? Yes. Pete Buttigieg. He was a bad mayor of a failed town, and he's going to run for president, you know? Pete Buttigieg. But, you know, he's talking about it, and does that mean everybody? Nobody is going to do right. That's right, nobody, I swear, nobody. Then he gets up. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And not one fake reporter back there said, well, wait a minute, you've been pledging for a year and a half no fracking. But then what about the health care for illegal immigrants? Who in this group is going to provide health care for illegal immigrants? Everybody raises their hand. You remember Joe? No, do you remember? This is a famous clip, but they don't ask him questions about it because they're fake. Do you remember Joe? Who's going to provide? And look, we all have hearts, and we want to take care of everybody. But you know the problem, when you do that, we don't have the money. The whole world is going to empty out into our country. They're going to come for health care. They're going to come for a college, free college. I say sometimes jokingly, sarcastically, everybody gets a free Rolls Royce, to which CNN says, they don't get a free Rolls Royce. He has misrepresented. You know, these people are sick. Everybody gets a free Rolls Royce. They don't get a free Rolls Royce. The president has misrepresented. Oh, they are sick people. But think of it. So remember when Joe, they said, raise your hand if everybody's in favor of free everything, right? Free everything, but free health care for illegal aliens. And Joe goes like, he had no idea what the hell he was doing, folks. He has no clue. And he's not a nice guy, you know, just so you understand. Not a nice guy. If he was a nice guy, I wouldn't hit him like this, but he's not a nice guy. He's a bad guy. He's always been a dummy, but he's never been, no, in his best of years, he was considered a dumb guy. When asked about fracking, Biden said he would sure, absolutely make it, we will eliminate it. That's what he said. Those are the exact words. And then he said it 19 different times. And one day he said, I never said that. It's incredible. And they don't question him. I couldn't get away with it for a minute. Not for a minute. Did you see the town hall he had with NBC? That was a town hall for a child. A young child. Barron Trump. Actually, Barron's far too advanced for that town hall. That was a town hall. Lester Holt. That was a beauty, right? That was some town hall. And they said, yes, we have a random sampling of people. Yeah, all Trump haters, right? What a group of people. But he raised his hand. He said, illegal immigrants will get health care. Now, people don't realize what that means. That means your Social Security goes down the tubes, your country goes bankrupt, you know, the whole thing is a disaster. But he raised his hand. Now he's trying to say he didn't do it, and they don't call him out because they're fake. His radical left running mate, who I just watched on television, she is so pathetic, is a co-sponsor of the socialist Green New Deal, which eliminates all fossil fuels. She's having a hard time getting out of that one. Did you hear the other day she actually came out in favor of fracking? It was like, yeah, I think so. She's further left than Bernie. Did you see Bernie? I thought was the furthest left in the Senate, because you don't get too much worse, right? Then you go, instead of socialist, you go to the C word, right? She's further left. She is considered further left than Bernie. This is, and you know, they're looking at, when Nancy Pelosi does the 25th Amendment, she's doing it for Biden. You do know that, right? Because they want to get Biden out, and that won't be hard. But at this very moment, Biden's website includes a pledge to mandate net zero carbon emissions, which means fossil fuel, coal, everything is gone, and it's gone soon, okay? And with that goes our economy, and with that goes our country. The Democrat Party hates fracking, they hate coal, they hate clean, beautiful coal. I see what they do with coal now. They hate domestic energy production. And Biden will shut you down. He wants to shut you down just like your governor's got you shut down right now. They better open up your state. Did you see the World Health Organization yesterday? They said Trump was right. They said you can't make the cure worse than the problem itself. I've been saying that for a long time. And we did the right thing. We saved 2 million lives. They said 2.2 million people. We saved 2 million lives. And, we get nothing. And I'll tell you what, we have the vaccines are coming soon, the therapeutics, and frankly, the cure. All I know is I took something, whatever the hell it was, I felt good very quickly. I don't know what it was. Antibodies. I don't know. I took it. I said, I felt like Superman. I said, let me at him. No, and I could have been here 4 or 5 days ago. It's great. We had great doctors. I want to thank the doctors at Walter Reed and Johns Hopkins. Great doctors. One great thing about being president, if you're not feeling 100%, you have more doctors than you thought existed in the world. I was surrounded with like 14 of them. Where are you from? I'm from this one. Where are you from? I'm from Johns Hopkins. I'm from Walter Reed. But what great talented people. They did a great job. And thank you. And while I'm president, America will remain the world's #1 energy producer, with Pennsylvania workers leading the way, and that's what's happening. You're leading the way. You had the best year in the history of your place. It's a history of, if you look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you never want to say state. Don't ever say state. Actually, nobody cares but them. But, I'm just saying, let's say Pennsylvania. You got 2 of them. You know that, right? The Commonwealth, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I went to school here. Probably spent more time here than Sleepy Joe, in all fairness. I went to school here. But we're putting our great coal miners back to work. Joe Biden and the Democrat socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments. You see that happening. And we've got, did you see in the debate the other night, I said to him, name one law enforcement agency, just one, in the whole country that supports you. He couldn't do it. Then Chris Wallace bailed him out. Then I say, how come you got the 3.5 million from Russia? And they bailed him out again. He was choking like a dog. They bailed him out. But they want to dissolve your borders. They don't want borders. They want to have open borders, release criminal aliens, raise your taxes, confiscate your guns, get rid of your Second Amendment. I mean, here's one that's incredible. Destroy your suburbs. Okay, so they talk about the suburban women. And somebody said, I don't know if the suburban woman likes you. I say, why? But we had this. I love you too. They said they may not like the way you talk, but I'm about law and order. I'm about having you safe. I'm about having your suburban communities. I don't want to build low-income housing next to your house, okay, if that's okay. And I ended the regulation, the rule that made the zoning so impossible that you had to destroy your communities. And then I hear the suburban woman. I think that the suburban woman, and I used to say suburban housewife, I used to take heat, but I said, does anybody care? Do you care if I say suburban? No, they're all going, no. Again, the only one cares is them. Trump said suburban housewife, but I didn't say it because I don't. You learn very quickly. But suburban women, they should like me more than anybody here tonight because I ended the regulation that destroyed your neighborhood. I ended the regulation that brought crime to the suburbs. And you're going to live the American dream, and that's what you're going to do. And remember this, 29% of the people experiencing the American dream in the suburbs happen to be minority. And you don't know that, but 29%. And we're doing this for everybody. We're not doing it one way or the other. We're doing it. And I ended it. They said, sir, we can amend it. I said, no, I don't want to amend it. I want to end it. It was a horror show. And this loser, Cory Booker, is the guy that's going to be in charge of the program. The guy's a stone-cold loser. 1%. He got 1%. He ran. He was going to be great. 1%. Every week. He was like her. Down, down, down. They should have picked him. But no, he'll be in charge of your suburban. So can I ask you to do me a favor? Suburban women, will you please like me? Remember? Please. Please. I saved your damn neighborhood, okay? The other thing, I don't have that much time to be that nice. I can do it, but I got to go quickly. We don't have time. They want me to be politically correct. Oh, yes, let's discuss it. Let's talk about it over the next 10 years. No. Now, we saved suburbia in the U.S. I got rid of a regulation that was a disaster, and it was very unfair, and you've been reading about it for a long time. It's been going on for a long time. It became much worse under Obama and Biden. I got rid of it, and I had a choice. Even my own people said, you never get rid of it, sir. I said, I want to get rid of it. Well, why don't we just amend it? I said, I don't want to amend it. I want to get rid of it. Get rid of it. Okay? And I think we're going to see that the women really like Trump a lot. That happened last time, remember? Remember 4 years ago? 4 years ago, they said, women will never vote for him. I said, why am I so bad? They say, the women will never vote. Then I got 52%. They said, what the hell happened with the women? Except this time, see, this is much easier. Because then I was a developer. I was doing great. Everything was nice. But I had never done this before. I came in. I said, I'm going to rebuild our military. I'm going to cut your taxes. I'm going to cut your regulations. I'm going to get you this. I'm going to get you that. I'm going to take care of our vets. I mean, I did things that, frankly, I never even talked about, like Space Force. I never talked about Space Force. The wall is almost built. You know, the wall is up to 392 miles. It's almost built. And Mexico is paying for the wall, by the way. You know that. I've been saying it. They hate to hear that, but they're paying. You know, we're putting a charge on where the cars go through. And it'll more than pay for the wall. But we have now the most secure southern border that we've ever had. And I want to thank the president of Mexico. They have 27,000 Mexican soldiers on our southern border stopping people from coming into the U.S. illegally. Thank you very much. No, but we did all these things. So this time, in theory, it should be easier. But don't forget, I've gone through years of a fake witch hunt. And now it turned out that they were the guilty party. They were the ones dealing with Russia. They were the guilty people. Think if I didn't have every night on that fake CNN right over there with the light on. The light just went off. It just went off. Every time I point to them, the light goes off. It's all right. Keep it off. Nobody's watching them anyway. But, you know, think if I didn't have every night Russia, hey. And nobody's been tougher on Russia than me. What I've done for NATO, raised $130 billion a year from other countries that weren't paying their bills. They were delinquent, as we said in the real estate business. They were delinquent. And that goes up to $410 billion. Nobody did that. Obama used to send them pillows. Maybe from the Pillow Man on Fox. Did you ever see a man advertise so much? I've never seen it. I've never seen the biggest advertiser. I think he's the greatest advertising genius, Mike. He's the greatest If I gave him our budget, you wouldn't be able to do anything else but watch Trump ads. The Pillow Man. I tell you, I never saw so many ads in my life. Every day it's the pillow. Now he came out with a sheet, and I'm going crazy. That's all. That's all we need now is a new sheet. But he's on our side, too, by the way, that guy. He's on our side. Mike. And now Biden even refuses to answer questions unpacking the Supreme Court. You know, elections have consequences. Winning and losing an election, that's big consequences. And we've been winning elections. And they say, well, you know, Trump shouldn't be appointing the new justice because, well, I'm president. In fact, as you know, a lot of your great justices said, no, they're appointed. Justice Ginsburg just said recently, not so long ago, no, he's president for 4 years, not for 3 years. You appoint. Now, she was referring to Obama, I think, or Clinton or somebody, but wasn't referring to me, I can promise you that. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. It's big, Phil. It's big. You don't have to worry about that. That's much easier than we'll build a wall that goes for a lot. That's the wall is one of the biggest projects in the history of this country. You know that, right? And we had a party dedicated to the proposition that there will never, ever be a wall. They knew it was the right thing to do. And I made one big mistake. I should have come, instead of saying we will build a wall, I should have said we will never, ever build a wall. They would have given me so much money. Made a big mistake. Oh, a great congressman over there. Are you guys having a good time, by the way, huh, Mike? He said the voters don't deserve to know And he'll tell you after the election what he's going to do. And you know what I did? I gave you a list. I have 45 people on that list. Every one of them's a star. And I gave you a list. Yeah, sit down, everybody. Just enjoy yourself. What the hell? Look at these people. I didn't even realize you were all standing. I didn't realize you had seats. You're lucky. This is one of the few crowds we provided seats. That's because it's Pennsylvania, I guess. It's pretty good. If they win, Democrats will pack the Supreme Court with radical left justices who will shred your Second Amendment. You can forget about guns, empower violent mobs, and shield deadly criminals and terrorists. To defend our Constitution from this madness, I proudly nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett of the United States Supreme Court and to the court. She'll be a great justice of the United States Supreme Court. She's done so well. I really found it fascinating today. You know, I don't have too much time. I tried to watch as much as I could. She was great. The radical left is hell-bent on destroying everything we love and cherish. They're enraged and unhinged, and they are going crazy. You know, think of it. Very many, presidents never have anybody to appoint. I will have, by the end of the first term, almost 300 federal judges and 3 Supreme Court justices. Their heads are exploding. I hope they're happy. They want to cancel you, shame you, and persecute you. That's what they want to do. They want to shame and this whole cancel culture thing, Now they're after Abraham Lincoln. They don't like Abraham Lincoln. No, he wasn't too good, was he? I said this 3 years ago. Remember when they took down a couple of statues of people you never heard of, a Confederate soldier, somebody else, I said, oh, really? The next will be Robert E. Lee. The next will be Abraham Lincoln. The next will be George Washington. And everybody laughed. They said, oh, the president is so funny. I said, I'm not being funny. These people are sick. These people, they want to take away your heritage. And by the way, are there any Italians in the room? Okay. Well, we are protecting the legacy of Christopher Columbus, okay? The Italians are tough. I love the Italians. So they were going to rip down the statue of Christopher Columbus in New York. You saw that, right? And all of a sudden, a group of Italians circled around the statue, and they were having pretty tough things in their hand, I must say. And it was amazing how those people that wanted to rip it down disappeared very quickly. So the Italians, let me tell you, Christopher Columbus will always be here on my watch, that I can tell you. Now, I had people the other day, they wanted to wish me Happy Columbus Day. They were afraid. I said, why are you ashamed? No, say it. Happy Christopher Columbus Day. This is Christopher Columbus Day. It's Columbus Day. Okay? So Italians say, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I like you too. I love the Italians. They want to punish the middle class, expunge every last trace of traditional values, and replace the American dream with the socialist nightmare. And that's what would happen. Just take a look at what's going on in other parts of the world. Biden's agenda, not that he has one, but he does whatever they tell him to do. He got so lucky. She should have gotten out. She was faithful. She would have gotten out. Bernie would have run. We would have been running against crazy Bernie instead. But I'd rather run against Joe because there's no enthusiasm. There's no energy. One thing with Bernie's people, and we got a lot of people last time from Bernie because they love me on trade, because they know our country has been ripped off on trade like no country has ever been ripped off. And Bernie's people get that, and they like us on trade. Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for seniors. For years, Biden tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. Nobody remembers that, and the press will never bring it up. But he tried to cut your Social Security, right? Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and federal health care for the illegal aliens, decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security. Biden cares more about illegal aliens than he cares about your senior citizens, and it's true. And let me just tell you this, and I say it strongly, and when I first got elected, they always played the Social Security card, and nothing happened, right? Your Social Security now is better than ever. I haven't touched it. While I am president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security. Under my leadership, we're delivering a safe vaccine and a rapid recovery. If you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Normal life, that's what we want, normal life. We want normal life. We'll fully resume, and next year will be one of the greatest economic years in the history of our country. It's already happening. How about the stock market? Who has 401ks in the audience, right? Well, I can tell you one thing, I'm getting all of your votes. I'm getting your votes. Your 401ks are setting records. Think of it as we're rounding the turn, and we are. They go crazy when I say it. We're rounding the turn on the pandemic. We understand that, hey, I just had it. Here I am, you know, it's me. It's actually me. And I could have stayed in the basement of the White House or maybe the top floor of the White House. I could have done that, but I'm the President of the United States. I can't do that. I got to get out, and I have to meet people, and I have to see people, and I know it's risky to do that, but you have to do what you have to do. You know, I'm the President. I can't sit in the basement and say, let's wait this thing out. I'm not going to do that. And now I'm immune, they tell me. I'm immune. I could come down and start kissing everybody. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, and annihilate the economy with draconian, unscientific lockdowns like you're having right now in Pennsylvania with this governor who is killing you. Tom Wolf. Come on, Tom. Open up Pennsylvania, Tom. Open it up. You know what's going to happen. November 4th, they'll open it up. You know that. They're doing it. They want to keep the numbers as bad as possible. Here's the problem. The numbers are going to come out just before the election. So we have November 3rd. The numbers are going to come out. And Pennsylvania is a late voting state. You actually believe in going to a poll because you see all the shenanigans. No, you're a late voting state. And all I can tell you is when I came here, and I said this before, but when I came here, I promised you a lot of things. I've done much more than I promised you. You had the best year you've ever had, and you're going to have a better year next year. You damn well better vote for me, Pennsylvania. You better vote for me. Sleepy Joe Biden's plan will crush America. And my plan, we're going to crush the virus very quickly. It's happening already. It's happening. Almost 90% less mortality. You know, the mortality rate is at like 85. If you had it 7 or 8 months ago, it was not as good as if you have it now. And soon it's going to be perfecto. And I said that the drug that they gave me, we're going to be distributing it all over the country to hospitals and everything else. Because I'll tell you, that sucker works. That's my opinion. What do I know? But to me, it works. And the people that did it, they're phenomenal people. They've had great success with other vaccines and drugs. Just this week, we learned that another member of the Biden family is getting rich off connections to Joe. His son-in-law, just came out, a big story, is cashing in on the China virus pandemic, just like Hunter. Where's Hunter? Crashed in on China. What do you think where Hunter walks in and he walks out with $1.5 billion to manage for China? I said to a friend of mine, one of the biggest guys on Wall Street, does that ever happen? He said, I'm the biggest guy on Wall Street. That doesn't happen for me. 10 minutes, he had $1.5 billion. Maybe he's not so stupid after all. To fight the China virus, we launched the largest mobilization since World War II. And we really should get credit for what we've done, because I'll tell you, Mike Pence and all of these people, they have worked so 24 hours around the clock. Our early and aggressive action saved as many as 2 million lives. Remember when they said, no, you don't want to ban China, don't ban China. I did it in January. They were talking a month and a half later, we shouldn't be doing it. He called me xenophobic. I said, Joe, give me a definition of xenophobic, please. He was unable to do that. We pioneered life-saving therapies and reduced the fatality rate by 85%. I'm working with the FDA to make the antibody treatments I received, and everybody, we're going to have them, they're going to be shipped very soon. We're working on an emergency use authorization, very complicated stuff. And the FDA has never responded like they've responded to me. This could have taken years, what we've done, and we've done it in weeks. I know they came to me on one thing and they said, sir, that will take approximately 2.5 years. I said, no, it's no good. When do you need it, sir? Next week? Tomorrow? How about tomorrow? No, we're pushing them hard. The FDA has been great. To everyone fighting to recover from the virus, I feel your pain because I felt your pain. And we will beat this virus together. And for those, who has had it? Who has had it here? Who's had it? Yeah, a lot of people. A lot of people. Well, you're the people I want to say hello to because you're right now immune. You're right now immune. Or they say that. You know, they hate to admit it because I had it. So in the old days, they said, well, if you have it, you're immune for life, right? Once I got it, they give you 4 months. They say you're immune. You know, it's anybody else but me. You're immune for life. Through Operation Warp Speed, which is incredible, we'll have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of this year. 100 million. And the vaccine will end the pandemic once and for all. And remember this, because I have the endorsement of, I think, every major law enforcement and minor law enforcement group in the country. We have a lot of Democrats that left their party and they came over, law enforcement people. I can almost tell you by looking. Look at this group over here. I know the law enforcement people. Nobody's been better. We had all this surplus military equipment. Obama didn't want to give it out because he said it looked too militaristic. I said, no, I want to save lives, okay? It's defensive equipment. I want to save lives. And we gave out hundreds of millions of, it was sitting in warehouses all over the country, military equipment, and we gave it out. But there's nobody like the great men and women of law enforcement. Nobody. But this election is also about, look at that, whoa, whoa. See, they love you. See that? Wow, I didn't expect that. That's pretty good. Oh, that's great. But this election is about law and order. You look at Portland. We keep saying to the governor, look, Governor, Oregon, I said, Governor, let us go in. We'll solve the problem in 30 minutes. They don't want to do that. You know, they're supposed to ask you to come in. We did a great job in Minnesota, Minneapolis, except, you know, instead of 10 days, they could have called us like 2 hours later. But they came in and they lined up and they were not socially distanced. They lined up. You saw that? They came in wearing black uniforms, 250,000, most expensive uniforms. I never saw so many computers on a helmet. But they went in and they had their tear gas and they had their pepper spray, which the other side doesn't want us to use anymore. They said, no, we don't want to do that. These people are a lot of bad people out there. You know, they're anarchists, radical left anarchists, okay? So they came in, you saw it. There was one person. I said, where're the rest? Then another one, then another one. Then I started getting off buses, wherever they, all of a sudden you had one line, two lines, and they just started moving forward. That was the end of the problem. It ended within 30 minutes. It was over. It was over. And we'll do it wherever they want us. We'd love to go into Portland because those guys are bad news. We actually, you saw we sent in the U.S. Marshals, right? Because one man, horrible guy, shot somebody right through the head. Shot him in the middle of the street. A guy who wasn't hurting anybody. He killed him. 2 days went by, 3 days went by. I said, why the hell haven't they arrested him? And they knew who he was. And we sent in the U.S. Marshals. And in 15 minutes, it was all over. That was the end of it. That was the end of it. Biden, Harris, and the Democrat Party declared war on our police, okay? And we've proudly received the endorsement of the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Troopers Coalition, the International Union of Police Associations, the Pennsylvania State Troopers Association, wow, the Fraternal Order of Police, including those in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Scranton, and virtually every single police organization in America. And during the debate, I asked Sleepy Joe, I said, give me one organization, law enforcement, that's endorsing you. And he couldn't do it. Then Chris Wallace saved him. Then I said, remember I said, so tell me, say the words, law and order. Say it, Joe, say it. He couldn't do it, he wouldn't do it, he wouldn't do it. Because you know what? Because he'd be run out of his party if he said the words law and order. Then I think at the end, didn't he say like law and order and safety and justice and, you know, all the stuff? No, law and order. Say law and order, Joe. He couldn't do it. So we're joined tonight by some real warriors, warriors of a different type, political warriors. They're okay too, right? And they're friends of mine. They're great people. Representative John Joyce. John, please. A guy's been around a long time, and he fights like hell. Gt Thompson. GT, thank you. Right. Be careful with your election. I hear you're only up 40 points, GT. Another one who's only up about 44 points. A really good friend of mine, and he's tough as hell, Mike Kelly. I say, GT, Mike, you need any help? I'll come and help you in your district. No, sir, we don't really need help. Don't worry about it. A friend of mine and a great gentleman, and he was the first one that predicted that I was going to win this thing, I'll tell you. Former Congressman Lou Barletta. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Lou. How are we doing, Lou? Are we doing okay? How do we compare to 4 years ago? Better. Okay, good. He said the right thing. Anyway, yeah, I think a lot better because we produced. Again, 4 years ago, I said we're going to do things. Now we've done them all, plus additional things. I mean, a lot of additional things. I never talked about Space Force. We did Space Force. You know, somebody did Space Force. That's like a major achievement for 4 years. That's one thing. That's like one thing out of so many other things. So it's one of those things, but I never used to talk about that. And former chair of the Pennsylvania Republican Party, a friend of mine, a guy that knows more about Pennsylvania than any human being on earth, Rob Gleason. Rob, thank you. How we doing, Rob? Good? Okay, good. He said to me, another group came down, they didn't want his advice. They came down from Boston, and they put events all over the place. And he said, you're going to the wrong location. Anyway, they ended up losing big, right? But with us, we came to Rob, we say, where do you think the best places are? And we hit, and we agreed with you too. But Rob Gleason's been a fantastic friend. Thank you, Rob, very much for being here. Appreciate it. And with their help and your help, we are delivering for the American people like never before. Nobody's ever done what we've done in 3.5 years. No administration's ever done this the first 3.5 years. In my first 3 years in office, family income increased by $6,000, and that doesn't include energy, which I think is, you could double it up. More than 5 times the gains in all 8 years of the Obama administration. African American income grew 9 times more than it did under the last administration. Think of it. African American income grew 9, not 2, not 3, 9 times more. And these are out of the book. These numbers are out of the book. Real wealth for the bottom 50% grew nearly twice as fast as it grew for the top 1%. Hispanic family net worth increased by 64% in a short period of time. 64. We added nearly 600,000 manufacturing jobs, and we added 15,000 factories, and Obama said, you'll never produce manufacturing jobs. Remember? You need a magic wand. Well, we found the magic wand. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty, including over 1 million African Americans and more than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans. And we're doing great with both groups, and we love them. We love both groups. Thank you. Those are great numbers. After our tax cuts took effect, wages for the lowest income Americans grew twice as fast as those near the top. Think of that. You never hear that stuff. The big beneficiary were lowest income Americans. My policies have benefited those who need it the most. After the virus came in from China, and we had to change. We had to do things. This came out. It was a sudden, horrible thing. China should have never, ever let it happen. They should have never let it happen. We've seen the smallest economic contraction of any major Western nation by far, and we've seen by far the fastest recovery of any nation. In the past 5 months, we've created a record 11.4 million jobs. That's American jobs. That's the fastest ever recorded. Job growth has been 23 times faster than the first 5 months. Think of this. In the first 5 months of the Obama-Biden recovery, 23 times. We cut unemployment rate in half. Under Biden, it took 30 months to recover more than half the jobs lost in the crisis. We did it in 5 months. So we're talking about numbers that nobody can even believe. Home builder confidence has reached an all-time high. We're in a pandemic. Reached an all-time high. Manufacturing optimism has doubled. Consumer confidence, which just came out, has surged nearly 20%, and small business confidence is now higher than any time in the entire decade preceding my election. Think of that. And we're rounding the turn on a pandemic. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. He made every bad deal in the book. And by the way, if you look at the H1N1, you know, he calls it the N1H1, right? I said, no, H. Here's the way you remember, Joe. H comes before N. He goes, the N1H1, whatever it's called. What was his name again? The senator, maybe he was a governor. Yeah, Romney. Oh, that's right, it was Romney. It's amazing, you know, amazing. And he gets away with that stuff. You only see it, you only see it on the internet. They never report it. They should report it. They're doing this country a great disservice by not reporting it. But Biden supported NAFTA, TPP, and China's entry into the WTO, which is one of the worst things that ever happened to this country. For half a century, Biden twisted his blade into the heart of the American worker. He should not be asking for your votes. He should be begging for your forgiveness. He did a rotten job, okay? Did a rotten job. For decades, our politicians spent trillions and trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we're finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA where they belong. Almost done. Syria, we're gone, except we kept the oil. Does anybody mind that I kept the oil? So we left some troops behind to keep the oil. With Iraq, we're almost out. With Afghanistan, 19 years in Afghanistan, 19 years. And we're really serving as policemen. It's great to be policemen, but they got to have their own policemen. They got to do it themselves. But we're bringing them home. We're down to a very few number of soldiers. To save our auto industry, I withdrew from the last administration's Trans-Pacific Partnership disaster. It would have been a disaster. It would have destroyed your automobile industry and others. To defend our steel and aluminum workers, I imposed historic tariffs on dumped goods. Remember when they were dumping steel all over the place? You guys were getting killed. Saving those industries from total destruction. And frankly, had the plague not came in from China, but now they're doing well anyway. Had that come in, you would have had a steel industry that would have been at a level that nobody's ever seen before. But it came in, but you're going to be there anyway in a short period of time, unless some stupid person comes along and raises your taxes by 4 times what they should be, which is what they want to do. I ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new USMCA into law. Everyone said that was going to be impossible to do. And I withdrew from the job-killing Paris Climate Accord. So nice of them to tell us that we can't use our energy. Or you know what that was going to do? Destroy our country. That's what that was going to do. If you look at what has happened over the last very short period of time, the progress that this nation has made, you're not even going to believe it, and you're going to see it. And you would have seen it had the plague not come in, because it was all happening. We were at every single record. But now we're getting close anyway. The jobs are all coming back, and the market is almost going to be topping the market from before the plague, and it's pretty amazing, I will tell you. Biden has vowed to rejoin this horrible agreement, a death sentence for your state's energy industry, the Paris Accord. It's a terrible thing. Unlike Biden, I know my job is to represent Pennsylvania, not Paris. We're representing Pennsylvania, not Paris. Got a lot of nice people that can represent Paris. I took the toughest ever action to confront China's rampant theft of American jobs. You know that. We charged them so much. We gave a lot of the money to our farmers, $28 billion to our farmers, because our farmers were targeted. Everybody get your money? They did better without even growing anything, to be honest. But we got it from China, $28 billion. We had a lot left over that went into the Treasury of the United States. To defend American workers, earlier today, I also signed an order to crack down on Chinese counterfeiters and merchants who sell their fake products all over the United States. They put the name Tiffany. Tiffany. It's got the blue box, everything. Tiffany, Tiffany, Tiffany. Isn't that wonderful? But it wasn't made by Tiffany. Biden will eliminate my tariffs on China. He's already said he's going to take the tariffs off China. There goes your steel industry. There goes your aluminum industry. There goes everything. Allowing them to plunder without consequence. The one constant in Biden's platform is surrender. He surrenders. He surrenders, whether it's China, whether it's Cuba. How about Cuba? How about the deal they made with Cuba? How bad was that one? I ended it. That's why both China and the far left are desperate for a Biden win, because he will surrender our jobs to China. China will own the United States if that sleepy guy gets the position, okay? And you can forget about Pennsylvania. And you know, don't also forget, your streets will be surrendered to the mob. You know, Republican areas are great. They're doing great. The crime is at record lows, everything else. These are the Democrat, super liberal Democrat areas. Unlike sleepy Joe Biden, I will never abandon our nation, and I will never abandon its values. My goal is not to make friends in the D.C. swamp. My goal is to fight for you and fight for your family. In 2017, I proudly signed a historic executive order making it official government policy to buy American and hire American. My opponent has put forward a radical plan to eliminate U.S. borders by implementing catch and release programs that I ended. You know what catch and release is? You catch a murderer, you catch a rapist coming across our border, and you release him. Catch him, and release him. And you say, I'm sorry, 3 years from now, please come back for a court case. Nobody comes back. Imposing deadly sanctuary cities and suspending all removals. They don't want any removals. This is what Biden agreed to with crazy Bernie Sanders. When you have people that are in this country illegally, even if they're murderers, if they're rapists, no matter what they are, you can't remove them. We've removed tens of thousands of people, including MS-13. It would mean the total nullification of U.S. borders, overwhelming every city and town in America, and especially in a place like Pennsylvania. If Biden wins, your borders are gone, which means your health care is gone, the middle class is gone, and your safety is gone. Other than that, you'll be doing very nicely. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, and we're finishing that wall. It's going to be built very soon. It's going to be finished. We're going to have the greatest celebration. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. Remember, they said, we don't need a wall. They wanted drones, you know, drones flying around, looking at the people pouring across the border. They wanted drones. They wanted modern technology. You know what I've said often, right? There are two things that will always be around in 1,000 years, in 2,000 years. All new computers, all new everything. You know, you come up with a new computer, you come up with a new chip. 3 days later, it's obsolete. I would not want to be in that business. But there are two things, a wall and a wheel, right? A wall and a wheel. In 1,000 years, 2,000 years, it's going to be here. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military and launched the first new branch of the United States Armed Forces in more than 75 years, Space Force. For our great vets, we passed VA choice and VA accountability. Nobody thought we'd ever get that done. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. And we took down 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And when I took over, That caliphate was all over the place. It was a mess. We took out the world's #1 terrorist and the mass murder of many American troops, many people all over the world. Qasem Soleimani is dead. Thank you. He's dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, one of the worst deals I've ever seen. That's John Kerry. The guy was totally incompetent. That guy didn't know what the hell he was doing. He gave him $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash for nothing. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. 52 years they've been trying to get that. And instead of endless war, we're forging peace in the Middle East. You see the deals we made? I actually got nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. The press didn't cover it, but that's okay. Press didn't cover it, Mike. I got nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years, and that's true. Now Biden is pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee. He's going to ruin your energy. He's going to ruin your state. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions because there's no money. Biden's running mate sponsored a bill to outlaw private health insurance. We have 180 million people with great private plans. They want to keep it that way. They're going to outlaw them. They're going to get rid of them. Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions and surge refugee admissions by more than 700%. He agreed to this. He said, that's okay. Let them come in. You know, I got the ban, right? Remember the ban? Remember it was a big deal. I got the ban. I said, if it's okay, we have unfriendly countries. If it's all right with you, they're not coming into our country. I got the ban. We won in the Supreme Court, 5-4. I got the ban. He wants to give up the ban. He wants to let people pour into our country. 700% increase, opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. I don't want to speak too much. Little wood. This is real wood. I don't want to speak too much, but you haven't seen too many things happening lately, have you? He'll ban school choice, charter schools, and Pennsylvania opportunity scholarships. In his second term, I will provide school choice to every parent in America. It's so important. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. And in conclusion, and I love being back with you in Pennsylvania. So many incredible memories, certainly. No, so many. What a night that was. Remember that night? Donald Trump has won the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump. Remember how late they just didn't want to call it? They didn't want to call it. I said, call it already. If I lost, we were at 98%. We were substantially ahead. If I lost every single vote, we still won. It took them like till 2 o'clock in the morning before they called it. In the meantime, Wisconsin came in, Michigan came in, but they just refused to call Pennsylvania. They just couldn't. Remember, they were crying and they were all screwed up. Over the next 4 years, we'll make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we'll end our reliance on China once and for all. That's already happening. We'll hire more police, increase penalties for assault on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities that people don't want. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. We'll strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of endless, foreign, ridiculous wars. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. And by the way, we've rebuilt our military. I told you, $2.5 trillion. We have weapons and equipment, the likes of which no country has ever seen before. We are the envy of Russia. We are the envy of China. We are the envy of everybody. There is no country that has what we have. And I will tell you, when I first came here, one of our generals, highly overrated, said to me, "Sir, we have no ammunition." That's where we started. And now we have the greatest weapons anywhere in the world, and just hope to God we never have to use them. We will end surprise medical building, require price transparency, which is already signed January 1st, it kicks in, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. And I'm talking about 50, 60, 70, 80%. Because of what I've done with favored nations. We're getting the lowest price, Mike. The whole world, we're going down, we're taking these nations, they pay a fraction of what we pay. I said, nope, whatever they pay, I want to pay. Why are we paying more than any other nation? We're the highest, we're going down to match the lowest. The drug companies don't love me too much, just in case you haven't heard. We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security. We'll always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars, and we're very close. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Pennsylvania. It's very important. So get your friends, most important election we've ever had. Get your family, get your neighbors, and get out and vote. You got to get out and vote like you never voted before. Places that we won, like Erie, places that we won, you got to get out and vote. Because from Erie to Easton, from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg, and from Allentown to right here in Johnstown, we stand on the shoulders of Pennsylvania patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. This is the state where our founding fathers declared American independence. Think of what you have in Pennsylvania. No, think, who can say that? This is it, what you've done here, what the history of this incredible place, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Think of what you've done. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, and General George Washington, don't worry, his statues are not coming down. Okay. Led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware, and where our nation was saved by the heroes of Gettysburg. This is the place where generations of tough, strong Pennsylvania workers mined the coal, worked the railroads, and forged the steel that made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. And you have seen nothing yet. You wait till you see what we're doing. Wait till you see what we're doing. We are making our country greater than ever before. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. And when your great congressman to come to see me, right? This great, what a group of warriors. I don't know, with them, I'm not sure I can handle that group. But when they come in to see me in the Oval Office, they say, Mr. President, Pennsylvania's not used to winning this much. We got to slow it down a little bit. And I'll say, Mike, I'm sorry, Mike. You tell the rest of them, Mike, we're not going to slow it down at all. Pennsylvania wants to win more than anybody in this country wants to win. Pennsylvania is going to win. We're never going to stop. We're going to keep on winning. We're going to win so much, you're going to love every moment of it, all right? Hey, you know what? You lost long enough, I can tell you that. Many years where your factories and your plants left because we had stupid leadership. Don't kid yourself. You lost for a long time, and now you're winning, and you're winning like never before. Open it up, Governor. Open it up. Because we're one movement, one family, one people, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Pennsylvania, we have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. And we will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Get out and vote. Vote, vote, vote.
You heard the man. Get out and vote, Pennsylvania. Welcome back to the Right Side Studio. I'm Joe Seals. We're going to go back live to the scene where we have our correspondents, Liz Willis, Alex Caldwell, and our special guest host, Scott Pressler. Just hang around for that. See Scott Pressler. He's doing an amazing job there in Johnstown tonight. He's camped out in the state of Pennsylvania to help register Republican voters for President Trump. We're going to be camped out in the state of Pennsylvania pretty much because there's going to be lots more of these rallies here in the Keystone State. We are so honored and humbled to be able to play a role in this election. 113,000 of you, I think we had tonight watching at once on YouTube. We again beat the mainstream media on YouTube. We appreciate it. We could not do it without you because we are a viewer-supported network, a small media company from Auburn, Alabama, and we've been around for 4 years now. But we rely on you and your support. We're viewer-supported so that no one can tell us what we can and can't do, can and can't say on our network. And we just show you the facts and let you decide. That's what we do. And we were the only ones again tonight to show the crowd. If you like what we're doing here at RSBN and you want to help us, please consider helping us get to the next one because, boy, do we have a lot of them coming up. I'm telling you, there's already 4 more on the books, and we expect more to be announced every day, pretty much every day anyway. So if you want to support us, rsbnetwork.com/donate is the best way to do that. The money goes to our travel fund and to help us buy new equipment because we're going to need a lot more equipment to handle the last week of the election, especially. This is huge. The enthusiasm is greater than even in 2016, and I was around for all of it. I saw it, and I took, me and the cameraman, we were exhausted. We're going to be a lot more tired because this president is the most high energy president we've ever had, and he is going to fight like hell for America. We have 3 weeks to save America, so everybody should be doing something. Do what Scott Pressler's doing. Register voters, knock on doors, make phone calls, go to donaldjtrump.com to see how you can help. We really need everybody, all hands on deck. It's that important. And as we see President Trump interact with some of the folks there, Western Pennsylvania. I used to live there. It's a great area, and it's Trump country. Believe me, it's Trump country. We need everybody out to vote that we can possibly get. So make sure everybody is doing something. We appreciate you all so much. Tomorrow, we will be live from Des Moines, Iowa. We got Mike Nificent, and our special guest host tomorrow in Des Moines, you're not going to want to miss this one, is Brick Suit Guy. You guys know him. He's at a lot of the rallies wearing the suit. There he is right there on the right side of your screen. And he is going to be joining us there for that. And then we're going to head to North Carolina and then back to Florida. And then I can't wait for the one in Georgia. That one's going to be massive. So we're going to go back to the scene now. Thank you all so much. God bless you. Have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday night. We'll see you back tomorrow from Des Moines. Also, thank you to the moderators. Just wanted to say that. Keep forgetting that. Thank you so much for all you do. Couldn't do it without you. Have a nice night.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Another incredible rally live from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. We are Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm your host, Liz Willis, and we had an incredible turnout here tonight. thousands of people, and the overflow was even bigger. Truly a historic moment again for the Trump campaign. We want to thank you guys for tuning in. We are not wrapping just yet, so don't go anywhere. We're still going to have Alex and the Scott Pressler on as soon as I'm done. But I wanted to say thank you guys for tuning in, for sticking with us. It's going to be an incredible week. We have 5 rallies alone. Keep in mind, yesterday was Sanford, Florida. Today is Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Tomorrow is Des Moines, Iowa. Greenville, North Carolina. Friday, there are 2 rallies. That is a double campaign stop for President Trump. The first rally in Ocala, Florida. The second rally in Macon, Georgia. So we have a busy, I'm so close to the camera right now. Okay. So we have a busy week, and it is a lot of rallies. Keep in mind, $5,000 to $7,000 for each rally. Your donations are what allow us to get to these places and to broadcast these streams out to millions of people, allowing us to spread President Trump's message and just show the enthusiasm that is the Conservative Party. This red wave is coming. It is coming strong. So get ready for it. There are a number of ways you can donate. So many people have asked how. So I'm going to say those right now. And they are always welcome. Every penny helps us get to each rally. And again, almost entirely viewer funded. That's unheard of when it comes to the media. And we have been fighting tooth and nail every inch, an uphill battle since 2015 to grow this company, but also to keep it really family oriented and to conserve our conservative beliefs. I guess that's redundant, but it's difficult. And you guys have made it possible. So thank you so much. To continue donating, or if it's your first time, one of the ways you can donate is by clicking the $sign in the bottom right hand corner of the YouTube Super Chat. The second way is by going to our website. This is really easy. So we encourage the website donations a lot. It's also through PayPal, a tried, true, and trusted source. So you can go to www.rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, our website is www.rsbnetwork.com. Click the PayPal, or sorry, no teleprompter here. We're not the Biden campaign. But click the donate tab and you'll be prompted to send a donation. It's really easy. The third way you can donate is by sending a check. You can send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. So just to reiterate, those 3 main ways you can donate are the YouTube Super Chat, the website donations, and by sending a check. We also want to say thank you to our partners today, Disney Coins. They're an incredible company. We've had the honor of working with them for a while now, and our customers, our viewers, everyone that has gotten their coins so far has absolutely loved them. So we continue to preach how incredible they are. Check out www.disneycoins.com. They are a precious metals company specializing in both copper and silver. Their coins come in 1 ounce, 2 ounce coins, as well as 4 ounce silver bars, keychains, and they've really been expanding due to so much success. So check out all of their items on their website. That's www.disneycoins.com. You can use code RSBN at checkout for a percentage off your order. A few things to note. They do give 10% back of all profits to conservative organizations, and they have 2 new designs every single month. These coins highlight different highlights from President Trump's administration, so it's really cool to own a piece of history. Finally, they're doing a massive giveaway in honor of the presidential election, so make sure while you're on their website you click that giveaways tab and you enter to win. The more entries, the more winners there will be. They want to give away thousands of coins, so make sure you enter your email address so they can contact you. Shipping is free, everything's free. If you win, enter. We want to see these numbers huge. Patriots, we have to support each other. That is what is going to help us with a huge landslide victory on November 3rd. So with all of that being said, I am about to toss it over. Before I do that, I want to say thank you guys so much. Again, I'm Liz Willis. Please follow me on Instagram and Twitter. Instagram is Liz Willis, LIZWILLIS, and my Twitter is the same thing, but with an underscore at the end. So hopefully I'll see you guys there. While you're at it, follow Right Side Broadcasting as well at RSB Network. Alex, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. I very much enjoyed being here and listening to President Trump speak. I'm going to go over a few of the messages I got from the donations. So from Sunil Patel, she says, Asians for Trump. Lori Jurgensen says, thank God for RSBN. We desperately need you to offset the fake news. So thankful for all that you do. Keep up the great work. Keith Stewart says, Trump 2020, MAGA, CAG. Art Aranda says, please donate to Right Side Broadcasting and vote MAGA. From Dalton Thompson, he says, that's an ad. From Cheryl Fry says, fill that seat. Carlos Schultz says, macho man. Patrick O'Rourke says, God bless Chester County for Trump. From Sammy J says, thank you, President Trump, for a job very well done. Trump, 2016 through 2032. Don Jr. next. And hopefully after we have Ivanka, Eric Barron possibly could be the president at some point. Tiffany. Donna Sashin says, Trump 2020. Tim Rainey says, thank you, RSBN. From Barbara Maga Overman, thank you very much for your donation. Ken. Joe Biden says, love Trump. Yes, I did get one from somebody named Joe Biden. Susan McDaniel says, America first. Thank you, RSBN, for always being there. Fernando Laurenti, thank you for your donation. Vic Miller, I challenge veterans active duty submarine to match the donation for RSBN. From a person named Nancy Pelosi. Love Trump. We're getting Joe Biden. See, guys, even Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi know better. They know to donate to RSBN, so you all should as well, to help keep our company going to these events, these peaceful protests, showing you guys what's happening around. So, you know, even Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi are doing it, so you guys should do too. From Sunil Patel says, Indians for Trump. And Bill Martin says, 4 more years. So we're getting a lot of these donations in. I have a ton of these donations to read, but I would be here all night reading them off to you guys. We have so many coming in. If I didn't get to read yours today, I do apologize. We try to get through as many as we can, but if I didn't get to read yours, I encourage you to still please keep donating. And I thank you all for those who did. Thank you for keeping our company alive. And though I might not have been able to read it off, we really do here all appreciate it. I mean, that's how we keep coming here. That's how we keep showing you everything that's happening. We film the president. We film from start to finish. We show you what he says without editing it. I mean, you're going to go on CNN tomorrow and they're going to have filtered it. They're going to have edited it to fit some kind of an agenda saying, oh, he was so racist when he said this. Take whatever he said and they'll throw it out of context. But we're not going to do it here. We're going to show you what he said. When he tells us to turn the cameras, we're going to turn the cameras for you guys. But it was quite an experience here today. I was here with Scott Pressler. It was his first time doing a peaceful protest here with us at RSBN, and he was a natural. There was no following anything that he said afterwards because, frankly, he stole the spotlight. He stole the stage. He did such a great job. We could not follow that. There was no way we could possibly do better than him. He did such a fantastic job. I was so glad to work alongside him today. You can follow his Twitter at Scott Pressler. You can follow Liz Willis at LizWillis_, and you can follow me at Real A Caldwell. And I'm going to wrap it up here with Scott, myself, and Liz. So we're going to wrap it up for you guys. We're going to say goodbye. So, Scott, do you have anything to say? This was your first rally. What did you think of it?
Well, this was the first time definitely reporting from the back. Oh my gosh. It's amazing just watching Air Force One come in, getting to see the full view of the crowd. And I do have to say, it was so nice seeing President Trump back on his game. I think we could all see tonight that he's coming out of this so strong, so confident, and you can tell he feels good. So it was such an honor to be here with Right Side Broadcasting tonight, and I hope I did okay, guys. This was my first time. Don't judge me too much. I never thought I could talk so much without taking a break as much of my life, so.
Oh, you did perfect. Well, could not have asked for a better guest host. You said you're at 800,000 Twitter followers. Let's get you to 1 million. Let's get you to 1 million.
That would be awesome. But the only reason is, guys, I want people to understand, though, what do all the likes, what do all the followers, what do all the retweets mean if we lose this November? The only thing that would help me is when I get to that 800,000, that you all bring 5 people to the polls. Because if I do my math correctly, 800,000 times 5 is 4 million new voters. So let's get out those voters, bring 5 people with you to the polls, and let's re-elect President Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much. And I don't think true words can be spoken. You have done such an amazing thing. Not only have you started getting people registering to vote, you've cleaned up an entire city.
Yes.
I mean, that's, a lot of people talk. A lot of people say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. You did it. President Trump said Baltimore's a mess that needs to be cleaned up. You volunteered. You said, okay. And you went down there and you did it. You got a team, you did it, and it stayed that way. You've cleaned up. You've done such an amazing thing. You're getting people to vote. You're getting people involved. People are learning a lot more about politics, their country. An amazing thing. Could you just tell us, like, what inspired you to do that?
Oh gosh, well, I mean, our president, and you know, my dad is a retired Navy captain. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I guess I kind of have ingrained in me not only service, but the motto of stop talking, start doing. That's all I want, is if you see a problem, don't just articulate that problem, but come up with a solution to it. And that's kind of what I do. I saw a need for voter registration, so I said, okay, I'm gonna teach voter registration classes across the country, and I did. I saw a need to clean up our cities. I started organizing massive trash cleanups across our cities, and I did. So just know that the sky is the limit if you are determined to succeed and you stop talking and start doing.
Well, I love that. I think that's wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I hope we didn't scare you off too much. I hope we were somewhat welcoming, and I hope you enjoyed
I'll
it.
make you a deal. If President Trump comes back to Pennsylvania and you would like me to be a co-host again, I will gladly do it again with you guys.
Well, I think you did a fantastic job. I think the audience agrees. I think our CEO agrees. So love to have you back with us again. I'm sure the president will be back. He needs to win this state, so I'm sure we'll see him several more times. But I think we're going to start wrapping things up here, say our goodbyes. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Thank you guys so much for supporting the work that I do, that Right Side Broadcasting does. And I'm coming to Bradford, Pennsylvania tomorrow, the 14th. On the 15th, I'll be in Erie, Pennsylvania. The 16th, I'll be in Slippery Rock. And the 17th through 19th, I am coming to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Big event on Saturday, lots of big events on Sunday, and top secret, I can't announce it yet, but I am coming to Minnesota. So all of you out there in Minnesota, I am coming. I haven't forgotten about you. And my Twitter again is @ScottPressler. And thank you to Right Side Broadcasting for having me.
Well, thank you very much for coming with us today. Well, my name is Alex Caldwell, and thank you very much for all of you tuning in here with Liz Willis and Scott Plessler. Thank you very much, everybody. Goodbye, and God bless you all.
Hello friends, Father Frank Pavone here, National Director of Priests for Life. Together with voting, we have to pray for the right outcome in this election. I want to invite you to go to electionprayer.com. In English and in Spanish, you will find a beautiful interdenominational prayer there for the election, and you'll be able to order these beautiful prayer cards with that prayer on it for your churches and groups and families. electionprayer.com. And remember to support Right Side Broadcasting.
Hey y'all, we're Diamond and Silk. Listen, our book dropped already, and we want you to get a copy of it. That's right. Uprising, who the hell said you can't ditch and switch? The awakening of Diamond and Silk. That's right. Now you can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or anywhere that books are sold. And I want you to continue to support RSBN. That's right. Why? Because they've been here since the beginning. And they will be here to the very end. That's right. And guess what, y'all? What? We gonna win. That's right. You all get out and vote. Vote red. R-E-D. Remove every Democrat. And make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. We love y'all. Bye-bye.